Okay. So, and I also found out that in the 1700s, that was the year of Christ. Gratitude, family. Let me put that up there. Gratitude. See, that's what happened when we come together. Okay, 1700s. That's the year. Gratitude film of the Christ. Greetings, sissy. Okay, so far we got to Mary is the name, and it means beloved land, and it's the home of the ancient Egyptians. Then we got ancient Greece, which is associated with the Greek gods, Tyre, Crete, and Patmos, and Mount Olympus. We gonna add on to that as we, get ourselves together. Okay, Mount Olympus. So gratitude and greetings. So then we got Rome, ancient Rome, right? And ancient Rome was in Maryland in the 1700s. And in the 1700s, they called that the year of the Christ. Okay? That's the year of the Christ, the year of our Lord. That's what they called the 1700s, the year of our Lord. We got in the Willie Lynch letter, which was, what was that, 1732? Wait a minute. Hold on. That was in 1732, right? The Willie Lynch letter. And the Willie Lynch letter is basically a spell that crucified the Christ consciousness. Okay. So now the Willie Lynch letter spell took place in Virginia. Okay. Now, Virginia was the land, it was a kingdom, first of all. Let's say that Virginia was a kingdom. Okay. If you don't know that Virginia was a kingdom and that's left out of history, then you really won't understand the significance of Virginia. Okay. So Virginia was a kingdom, and Virginia was the land of the virgins. Greetings, sis. Gratitude, gratitude. So then you got the year of, okay, so that's the virgins, right? So the virgins are what we call the Agoge. Agoge means mothers, okay? And the Agoge are the Amazon, they homie warriors, okay? So let's go back. So we got ancient Tamiri, which is the beloved land, what the ancient Egyptians called home. We got ancient Greece, which is the land of the Greek gods, and they are associated with Tyre, Crete, and Patmos, and Mount Olympus so far. We got Rome, which is what was in Maryland and was called Rome in the 1700s. So in the 1700s, they declared that the year of the Christ. We know that because when we read the Willie Lynch letter in 1732, they say that this is the year of the Christ. So we know that they did on the Jamestown River. What they did was they cast a spell which crucified the Christ consciousness. Okay. And this happened in Virginia, which is a kingdom, which is a land. And Virginia was the land of the virgins, which would be Mary's land. That's where you get Maryland from. Okay. And Maryland is associated with the Agoge, which is the mothers, the Amazon Dahomey warriors. Okay. And these Amazon Dahomey warriors are actually the Mississippians. Okay. So these are the Mississippi, the ancient Mississippi civilization. The ancient Mississippians were mound builders. They were mound builders. They built temples, right? So, and this, we know that in Tamari, the ancient Egyptians built mounds and temples. We know that the ancient Greek, which was the ancient Greek gods, built mounds and temples. We know that the Romans, which was controlling the Egyptians, built mounds and temples. So we know that the Virginians, which were these people, and they were the Agoges, which was the mothers, which was the Amazon Dahomey warriors, which came from Mary's land. That's where Maryland come from. And you got the Mississippian civilization, which was the mound builders and the temples. Okay, so do we see how all these connect here? So when we talk about all of this, we definitely got to talk about Jerusalem. We definitely got to talk about Jerusalem. So what is Jerusalem? Jerusalem is Salem. Salem equals the city of peace. Okay? The city of peace. So Salem being the city of peace, that's what we call, right? Islam represents peace. Okay. Before they start creating all these religions, we actually knew the etymology of these words, and we knew that Salem was the city of peace. They would call the city of peace the city of love, correct? Because love is peace, peace is love. So this is where you get the city of brotherly love. What they call that? Philo? No, wait. Up, I'm spelling it all wrong. Isn't that a Greek word? This is Greek. Isn't this a Greek word? That means love, right? Philo, right? Philo as in philosophy, Philo as in Philadelphia, Philo as in the city of love, Philo as in ancient Greece, Philo as in the ancient Greek civilization. So, do we understand when we are able to see through the words, when we apply etymology, when we apply historical documents, when we apply facts, when we apply knowledge, when we apply what we know, we are able to decode this knowledge like this. So, we got Philadelphia here. Now, what about Philadelphia? What about Philadelphia? Is that Delphi? Is this Greek? Is this Greek? Is that Greek? That's Greek. Okay. All right. So did Cleopatra, remember Cleopatra the seventh? We talk about her dang on here every day over here on my channel. But remember Cleopatra? Remember Cleopatra the seventh, right? Now Cleopatra is Egyptian. She the queen of Egypt, correct? She the queen of Egypt, right? Now, Cleopatra is Egyptian and she the queen of Egypt. But Cleopatra is Greek, okay? So Cleopatra definitely is associated with Philadelphia. She is definitely associated with the Greek gods. She is definitely associated with Patmos. She's associated with Crete. She's associated with Tyre. So we have to make these connections before we can move on and comprehend what's going on. Because this is how people get lost, because people don't know this stuff. So when you talk about the Greek gods, they say those are not the Roman gods. Yes, they are. The Greek gods are the Roman gods. But if you don't know that, then you going to want to debate and debunk knowledge and argue with people. And people not going to really want to talk to you like that about this knowledge, because they going to see that you lacking some knowledge somewhere and they going to be over it. And then you going to be mad and offended. But I'm just over here trying to show you why it's so difficult to have conscious conversations with people, because some people know certain things, some people don't know certain things. And when we do not connect the dots, that becomes holes in our story. That become holes in the truth. Okay? So let's get ready to roll. Okay, y'all. Let's get ready to roll. Okay, can y'all help me get up to, can we do 50K? Can we get up to 50K on the hearts, y'all? Gratitude if y'all can help me get up to 50K. And then if y'all could tap the daily heart box, could y'all tap the daily heart box? And if you could share the live, can you share the live? I give gratitude. I give gratitude. So we gonna repeat what we already did, because it's a lot of new people just came in the room. Hey, new people. Hey, new followers. Greetings. Welcome to Spiritual Situation. Okay. So here we go. And can I have somebody throw a rose up on the screen? Gratitude, gratitude. Excuse me. Greetings, everybody. Greetings and gratitude. Greetings, everybody. Yes. Let's go over the code and this knowledge again, because we want to understand. Gratitude, y'all. Gratitude for the reciprocity. Greetings, sis. Yes. Divine matriarch. Okay, so we got Tamiri, right? Tamiri is the beloved land. That's what Tamiri means, beloved land, right? Beloved land. Okay. Now, we focused on the beloved land part, right? Because we gonna turn this knowledge up, okay? This is ancient Egyptians' home. So when we talk about the beloved land or beloved, we talking about ancient Egyptians. Do everybody understand that we decode in this right now? Somebody drop beloved in the chat, because we gonna bring this up again. And I'm gonna need you to be able to follow where I'm going with this. And make sure that you comprehend the beloved part. Yeah, that Tamiri is the beloved land, and Tamiri is associated with ancient Egypt. Okay. And now you got ancient Greece, in ancient Greece is associated with the Greek gods. Okay? And then you got the Roman gods, which are associated with the Greek gods. Okay? And we going to show receipts how that's connected. We have the year of the Christ, which is in 1700. That's the year the Willie Lynch letter was supposed to be cast. It was a spell cast on people's, and it crucified the Christ consciousness, right? So that's what we talking about. When they said they crucified the Christ, they was talking about the consciousness, Sophia. They crucified Sophia. Sophia is the cosmic mother, okay? That show connection to the cosmos. So they crucified our ability to be conscious. So we start becoming followers and under spells and not thinking for self, lacking knowledge, lacking awareness, right? Okay, so that happened in Virginia because Virginia was the land, it was a kingdom, and it was the land of the virgins. The virgins was the Agoge, which was the mothers. The mothers are the Amazon Dahomey warriors. The Amazon Dahomey warriors lived in Maryland because they were the Marys, the Virgin Marys. These are the ancient Mississippians, which are the mound builders, which built temples, and they are connected directly to Jerusalem. Jerusalem is Salem, the city of peace. Islam represents peace and love. The city of brotherly love, Philo. Philo represents love. So that what got us to Philadelphia. Philadelphia is Greece. Ancient Greece. That's associated with Cleopatra, who is Greek, who was married to a Roman named Julius Caesar and Mark Antonius. Okay? So we got to know this though, because people will sit here and tell me that the Greeks not connected to the Romans. But Cleopatra was Greek and she was married to a Roman. So I look at you like, what are you talking about when you say that to me? Because I understand that Cleopatra is Egyptian, and I understand that she is Greek, and I understand that she is married to Romans. So you can miss me with all that ACBC, RE, LP, QP, and all of those alphabets, because I understand the connection between the Greeks and the Romans. So I don't need all that confusion with them dates. That's called Babylon. Babylon is confusion. I don't deal with confusion. Confusion is not the spirit of God. I don't deal with that confusion. So that's why I do my videos like this, to break it down, because I'm not out here producing confusion. But if you're not following, looking it up, and not understanding, then you could get lost and end up in Babylon and end up confused. Okay? Yeah. So now we got the Roman gods over here, right? We got Roman gods over here who are connected to the Greek gods, who are connected to the Egyptian gods. So long story short, these people are God's people. That's where they got that from when they told us at church that the Israelites was God's people. These was literally gods. These was literally titans. We are these people, but they crucified our consciousness, so we don't feel and don't know who we are anymore. We are lost. Why? Because we don't realize that we are these people. We just reincarnated. Transmigration of the soul. This is why we interested in this type of stuff right now. This is why so many people know so much about certain things. You know, those are memories. Memories is connected to the soul. The soul is memory. Your heart is a muscle. Heart muscles, when you activate your muscles, your heart get to beat and that start flowing those memories, right? Because your soul is full of memories. But if you lack knowledge and unconscious and unaware, then you can't tap into those memories. And then when somebody tell you that they're doing that, Okay, here we go. What's not true, Sentinel? Never mind, Sentinel, because everybody else, the other 75 people that's watching, might want to hear what I got to say, because I don't even know what you're talking about. You said something is not true. I don't understand what's not true because you didn't elaborate on what's not true. You're just saying something is not true. So everybody else, these are the memoirs of Cleopatra. I speak about Cleopatra. Okay, let's go in here and take a look. Let's take a look in the book. So Cleopatra lived in ancient Mauritania. This is ancient Mauritania, which is connected to Carthage, Numidia, and this is said to be in the continent of what we call Africa. But it was a Roman province. So Rome is connected directly to Africa. Did everybody comprehend that? Ain't Egypt in Africa? Okay then. So this is what they call Africa. This over here is what they call Spain. Ain't that where the Christopher Columbus guy came from? Okay. Now this over here is Gaul. Gaul is French. So this is ancient France. Okay, go look it up. Gaul is French. Jesus spoke Gaul. Understand that. Gaul, right here, French. Now you have, this is a part of Gaul. That's Italy, Rome, Italy, right? You got Sicily right there. Okay, over here, you have, wait a minute, let me say that's Macedonia in the corner over there. Okay. Athens, Greece, right? You got Asia Minor. Okay. You got Cyprus. You got Memphis. Memphis is the capital of Egypt, right? You got Nubia. You got the Red Sea, Judea, Jerusalem, Syria, Antioch. The reason I'm naming some of these places, because we getting ready to look at a whole nother map and we going to look at those exact places. Because that's how cold we are with the code and knowledge over here. Okay. So let's go check it out. Let's go check it out. What in Athens? What in Athens on this map over here? Where was Athens at on this map over here? Because let's go find it. Don't come on here talking about something ain't true and ain't even been here for 5-10 minutes. That zones me out. For real. Like, sit back and listen. You know what I'm saying? Real G's sit back and listen. It's the Bible say, don't speak on the matter unless you know the full matter, unless you look like a fool. You know what I'm saying? That's what the Bible say. I read Proverbs because I'm wise. I'm not known for my learning. I'm known for my wisdom. Wisdom is far more precious than gold. You feel me? I'm just saying. Okay, so let's get it out. Let's get it out. So we got Athens right here in Louisiana, right? Ain't that Patmos? Now, didn't we just say that Patmos is associated with ancient Greece? Those of y'all that was in the back listening, didn't we just say Patmos was associated with ancient Greece? Not only was Patmos associated with ancient Greece, didn't we just talk about the Amazon Dahomies? And I said they was the ancient Mississippians. Facts, fact check. Who wrong? Who over here misinforming people? Just because you lack knowledge of the truth don't mean that I ain't telling the truth. Be careful what you say about people. Be careful what you come on people's lives and say, and be careful who you talking to. Cause you don't be knowing who you talking to. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, you got Athens right here, which is the city of ancient Athena. Ain't Athena a Greek god? We over here talking about ancient Greece, and we talking about Athena, who is an ancient Greek god. Big facts. Big facts. So I'm a Percy Jackson head. Dude done gave me the energy I needed to make this live great. Can I have somebody throw a rose up on the screen? I'm about to go in. I need a little energy. Can y'all help me get the hearts up? We got a goal of getting up to 50K. And if y'all could tap the daily heart box, could y'all tap the daily heart box? And y'all might want to go ahead and share, because I think I'm finna go in. I think I'm about to let the Leo light go. I think I'm about to let the fire go, honey, because he done fired me up in the right way. I'm going to use the fire correctly. I'm going to use the fire correctly. I'm going to use the fire to burn down Babylon. Let's go. Now, over here in Athens. Now, Athens is connected directly to Athena. Those of y'all that ever seen Percy Jackson, I don't know if y'all ever seen Percy Jackson. Anybody here ever seen Percy Jackson? Let me get my Percy Jackson receipt out right quick, because fair warning, I'm going to give a disclaimer. When I get to talking about this real knowledge, we are going to have people come in the comments that are not on this live right now. People gon' keep in mind, we've been over here talking for about 20-30 minutes on here, and they're going to hop in the comments and they're going to say, no, it's not. They're going to say, you don't know what you're talking about. They're going to want to argue. They're going to throw the conversation off a little bit. Okay. But my moderator's gonna silence their mics. So I'm just saying, just hold your questions to the end, because you don't want to get caught up in that fury. You know what I'm saying? Just telling you to be honest, because we don't block people that got questions. But when you come out here with that ignorant stuff, we just, politely escort you out. You know what I'm saying? Because we over here learning. Okay? So we about to go in, and we gonna just ignore the people that's living in ignorance, okay? Let's go. Now, on the Percy Jackson movie, this is Percy Jackson right here, okay? So Percy Jackson is Poseidon's son, okay? So this is Percy Jackson right here. Percy Jackson, he got the eagle right here. Remember, the eagle is associated with Heru, the Egyptian god. Y'all remember the falcon right here, the hawk. Okay, so this is the son of Neptune. Neptune is a Roman god, but his name in Greek is Poseidon. Okay, and I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about, because I'm known for having receipts. So any of y'all that really been rocking with me, y'all know I got receipts. So the people in the comments that's trying to look silly and stuff, they don't sit back and listen. So they don't rock with me, so they don't know. So don't pay them no attention, because that's what that's for. Those are called agents. They be coming in here trying to trick people. Pay attention. Stay woke. Now look at here. We got Denius. Denius' name is Bacchus, god of wine. We have Hades. Hades is Pluto, god of the underworld. That also is named Hades. So you see these Greek gods got different names, right? So you got Helios, which is the god of the sun, right? Isn't Helios the same city that the Egyptians live in? Heliopolis. Because when I say that the Egyptians connected to the Greeks, it be the people that come in my comments that say, no, it ain't. And then I get confused, because I be like, it's not. Yes, it is, bro. I just read that. I know what Helio is. The Bible called the book of the Helios. So these are the Israelites. Any questions? Any questions? You're not about to confuse me, bro. Go on with that. Ain't Hassafet an Egyptian god? Hassafet. Hassafet is an Egyptian god, isn't she? Can I have somebody throw a rose up on the screen? I'm not playing with y'all when I say I got some receipts. I'm not playing with y'all when I say I got some receipts. Cause people be over here playing with me like I ain't a scholar for real. I don't need you to tell me I'm a scholar. I know I'm a scholar. Like I said about Hassafet. Who is this? Hassafet, an Egyptian god. Okay, this Hassafet. Okay, she an Egyptian god. And she's the woman king. She's a king, the woman king, like the movie Woman King. that I'm about to talk about when I said these the Amazon Dahomey warriors, and I said they was the woman king, and I said they wore red and blue, and I said this was the Haitian Empire, I meant that. I meant that. When I said these are descendants of Athena, I meant that. When I said Athena is a famous warrior, and that's why St. Louis, Missouri, what is it called? St. Louis? That's St. Louis is the name of a woman king. St. Louis. This is her. St. Louis. Right? St. Louis is also in the one in Percy Jackson. That's where they gotta go to get those balls that they gotta go get. Right? Let me show you an image. Let me show you an image off of Percy Jackson. Off of Percy Jackson, cousin. Let me show you. Why y'all let that man come in here like that? I know y'all said this TikTok, anybody could come in here. I know, right? This is crazy. You got the blind, the people that study, the people that don't study. It's confusing. And this is causing a lot of confusion in the community. You know, because you got people that just don't even know what they talking about up here talking, and they ain't going to get a book, they ain't reading, they ain't studying. I know my uncle told me that a long time ago. My uncle is one of my greatest teachers, but my uncle taught me, he say, man, if they can't show it to you, bruh, then you can't see what they say. He say, you from Missouri, you from St. Louis. Tell them you got to show me. You from the show me state. Show me. I'm a visual learner. Show me what you talking about. Now, this St. Louis, right? Somebody stop me if I'm wrong. This St. Louis, right? Somebody drop a 1 in the chat if this is St. Louis, because I don't want nobody on here talking about no, it ain't. Okay, yet gratitude for the witnesses. Gratitude because we be needing to stick together on this because people just be doing too much. Now, wasn't this on the Percy Jackson movie? Wasn't this on the Percy Jackson movie? Okay, I got you one better. I got you one better. I got you one better, cuz. Can I somebody throw a rose up on the screen? I'm going to show you what's the other movie that it was in. I'm going to show you. We going to connect some dots right here. So what we doing is connecting Percy Jackson dots, and we connecting it to Athena, which is the Greek god, which we know is Hasaphet, which we know is Cleopatra. We connecting some dots here. Okay? We are seriously connecting some dots here. And I give gratitude to those of y'all that's able to do this with me. I definitely give gratitude because, man, everybody can't do this. What's that? Somebody tell me, what's that? What is this? Because this a movie called The Black Panther. Is it called Wakanda Forever? Because I seen this Wakanda Forever movie, right? And I was like, damn, is that St. Louis? That's me. Y'all probably was watching. I'm just, like, damn, this St. Louis connected to Tartaria. Tartaria was the advanced civilization, and they had these buildings that was their technology. Like, you know what I'm saying? They built temples, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, these Egyptians, because they the cat people. Damn it, I know Cleopatra is Catwoman. Your body can't tell me no different. Like, I study Cleopatra for real. Like, I actually got Cleopatra books. I'm not just on here talking, bumping my gums. I got receipts. You feel me? Like, I've been obsessed with Cleopatra since I was 6 years old. So I'm walking around with 40 years worth of knowledge on Cleopatra with some memoirs, with some books. You feel me? Books on Hasaphet, I just showed you. Yeah, play with me if you want to. I know about Hasaphet. You feel me? But then I run up on people that ain't got no book, ain't got no receipt, ain't got no image. All they got is they pride standing there telling me I don't know what I'm talking about. Go ahead on now. So Now you got, now you got what is called Wakanda. Now, did y'all know that Wakanda meant family forever? Did y'all know that? No, I'm talking about we decode knowledge. We just not saying stuff. We not just hopping in people chat saying stuff. We actually decode knowledge over here. We decoding. This is spiritual situation. Read the top. Read where you at. Please read where you at. Please know where you at before you come over here debating. Okay? Appreciate you for that, because this spiritual situation. You understand that? If you can't understand that, then you might want to scroll on. Okay? Have a wonderful day. Gratitude for stopping by. Okay, so everybody else, let's keep going. Now, this is Wakanda forever. Wakanda means family forever. So when the heavens fell, when Tartaria fell, when Rome fell, when Jerusalem fell, when Egypt fell, when the angels fell. I mean, clearly, Atlantis fell. You know, a lot of places fell. I don't care where you study your knowledge at. Did it fall? It fell. Okay, so what made it fall? What made it fall? Unrighteousness is what made it fall. I mean, wasn't they talking about Thoth was out here weighing people's hearts in the first place? And ain't Thoth the God of consciousness? So Thoth was weighing your consciousness that's in your heart. And then the Bible say, my people will be destroyed for lack of knowledge. Do that mean anything to you? Do that mean anything to you? Because the villages failed. The villages were the teachers, the elders, the masters, the skilled craftsmen. This is how this was our civilization. This was our roots and culture. And it had been destroyed. And our enemies that destroyed it was the one that reconstructed our history. So I don't take people serious that study the reconstructed history. Why? Because I understand if you had to reconstruct history, then it's not the real history. I'm intelligent enough to comprehend that. Drop a one in the chat if you understand that history has been reconstructed. Go look it up. In 1865, they reconstructed it. Then they reconstructed it again in 1900. Then they reconstructed it again in 1912. They reconstructed it again in 1960. They reconstructed it in the 30s. You know how many times history been reconstructed? Then the educated people want to tell me I'm uneducated. No, I'm not. I don't. Yeah, you're right. I'm not programmed. Because I understand that the Willie Lynch letter was a program. And I understand that the program had to be implemented nationwide. And I understand that the miseducation of a Negro was a part of the implementing of the programming. So I understand that. So if you want to bring your history books that the oppressor gave you over here and argue with the oppressor's knowledge, then that's fine. Because we going to get you up out of there, because we don't deal with oppressors over here. We're liberators over here. That's why I say you might want to know where you at. We are liberating minds because we understand that slavery is mental. Slavery is spiritual. Your spirit has been convicted, man. They told you that in the Bible, but you ain't understand what it meant because you was letting the colonizers teach you. So I'm gonna show you what I mean by first of all, do any of y'all know who Sophia is? Anybody know who Sophia is? Big Mama. Anybody know who Sophia is? The cosmic mother. Anybody? The color purple. Sophia. 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 Okay, let's get Sophia on the screen. Let's get Sophia on the screen because maybe we need to talk about the color purple a little bit so people can understand what's going on here. Now, that's not Sophia, but y'all know what's going on. Now, in the movie, didn't they ask her, does she want to be a slave? or a maid. They asked her if she wanted to be a maid. Remember, Miss Neely asked Sophia, "Do you want to be a maid?" And Sophia said, "Hell no." To the no, no, no. Sophia was out there creep walking. Hell no. To the no, no, no. She say, "Before I be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free." I'm just saying, that's what Sophia told these people. Sophia told these people, "I'm not about to be nobody's slave, bro. I'm not about to do this. No, we could get in this street and we could do what we got to do, but I'm not about to." And that's when they knocked her upside the head. Did anybody see the movie? They bopped her upside the head, didn't they? Yes, they did. Yes, they did. They broke her skull. They fractured her skull. I mean, because didn't you know that the Pharaoh got beat in the head 500 times? Did you know that? Did you know that the Pharaoh got beat in the head 500 times? Did you know that? Somebody throw a rose up on the screen. I'll go get the receipt. You want the receipt? I'll get the receipt for you now. I ain't tripping on that. I will go get the receipt. Y'all got me out here being a librarian today. I'm okay. I'm with it. I'll be the librarian today. That's what we doing. We're in class. Gratitude for coming. Yeah, gratitude for coming to class. Yeah, let's just go. Let's get it. Let's get this going, man. Hold on. Let me get you. Let me get you. I got you. I got you. Your books be coming in clutch, man. Told you I got you, right? I got you. Okay, I need a favor though. So we supposed to be getting up to 50K, right? If y'all can help me tap the screen. Also, if you could tap the daily heart box, can you tap the daily heart box? And if you can share the live, can you share the live? I give gratitude. Give gratitude. Gratitude, new people. Welcome to Spiritual Situations. I'm Jassy James. Yeah. And we over here liberating people minds and spirits, honey. For real. Look, the Egyptian idea of the spirit. The infant is, wait a minute, hold on. Where is it at about the Pharaoh getting beat in the head? We gonna get right, oh, here it go, here it go. There, okay. The Ka of the Pharaoh had thus been summoned to Nubia while the king slept. There his Ka was beaten 500 times with a stick in a public meeting place. And when the king awoke the next morning, he discovered that the marks of the stick upon his bare back, the ba, was not a physical element, but the body was a unique to each person. Okay, so we know that this Pharaoh, his Ka was beaten 500 times. It says the Ka of the Pharaoh had thus been summoned to Nubia while the king slept, deep sleep, unconsciousness, right? Yeah, and ain't that Sophia? Ain't that Sophia? That's Sophia, right? Let me see if my tablet, I know my tablet ain't charged up. I play too much. Hold on, let me get my tablet charged up because I be needing it to go to a reference. Can somebody look up the etymology of Sophia? Somebody look up the etymology of Sophia. Gratitude. So we got the Pharaoh, right? So we talking about now. Let's look at some stuff right quick because I need everybody to be on one accord. I need us to be on one accord, man. I needs us to be on one accord, man. Matter of fact, let's roll with this for a hot second. Let's roll with this for a hot second. Just a hot second. Now remember I just said that they was Amazon the homie warriors. Remember I just said that they was Amazon the homie warriors. And I said they was the mothers, which was the Agojis. And I said they was the Virgin Marys. Remember we talked about that? Maryland was all women and it was a kingdom. And this was the virgin land. Okay? Now I know y'all remember in the Bible, your Bible said that the fallen angels wanted to come down here because they saw the daughters of Zion. And they said the daughters of Zion was so beautiful that they wanted to come down here and sleep with them. Do anybody remember reading that in their Bible? Anybody remember reading that? That these angels was falling down here to get with these daughters of Zion. Now let's go look at this map. Let's go look back at this map right quick. Let's go look back at this map. So, is that Zion? Is this Zion? That's Zion? Okay. And that's the Dahomies. So the Dahomey warriors are the Mississippians. Okay, and they lived in Athens and Louisiana, Arkansas, right? They was, even Tennessee, because that's Nubia. Remember it said that they lived in ancient Nubia? That go Nubia right there in Tennessee. Nubia, right there. And the land of Oz is right there. That's the Wizard of Oz, the rubies, Dorothy, right? That's the caves, the Mammoth Caves. The Mammoth Cave, they go down to Arkansas, the underground tunnels, right? All these underground tunnels here. That's in Kentucky. Okay. Okay, now that's Krypton in Kentucky, where Abraham Lincoln was born at. Krypton. Krypton. Yes, Krypton. That was on Superman. Because I be saying he's Superman. People be in the chat. No, he ain't. All right, whatever. But anyway, this was, okay, so we got Turkey. Ain't that where Noah's ship landed at? Noah's Ark landed in Turkey, Mount Ararat, Turkey, in Arabia, right there. Arabia is real. Go look it up. North Carolina. Go look up Turkey, North Carolina. Don't just sit in my chat and say, no, it ain't. Go look it up. Italy. There is an Italy, South Carolina. Where'd that come from? And you got Spartanburg, South Carolina. You got Spartanburg, Georgia. Who making this up? Don't you got some Carolina Panthers, North Carolina Panthers down here? The Panthers, like Wakanda Forever Panthers. But I don't know what I'm talking about. I just put a team down there called the Panthers because I wanted to be on TikTok. And I went down here and put the Falcons down here in Egypt. And because Rod, the Falcon headed God, I went down here and named this daggone football team after the Falcons so I could be on TikTok. I did that because that's what people in my comments be saying. And then they tell me I'm ignorant. But I ain't the one that said no stuff like that. But this is what people think because people would rather think I did that rather than realize that they've been lied to. You know what I'm saying? It's easier just to make me look like I'm crazy than to think, just to accept that you've been lied to. You know, I get it. It's cool. I understand. But I don't be out here telling people I don't know what I'm talking about because you lost. You know what I'm saying? I'm found. I clearly know where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so we got Jerusalem here. Ain't that Jacksonville? Come on, somebody talk to me because why is Jerusalem here where Jacksonville is at? So Jacksonville is a holy city. That's where a lot of pum-pums going down there, right? Because that's a lot of crucifixion of the Christ still going on because that's the Christ bloodline. But they don't know they the Christ bloodline because they don't know where they at. We think this the pork and beans. This shit is on First 48, bro. You been watching it? I have. First 48. Be right here in the pork and beans all the doggone time. Then they be right here in Memphis, aka Nubia, all the doggone time. Pork and beans, right here. We sit here watching our own people get unalived on the first 48. And they know that these delayed lines, they got these cities chose out for a reason. They stay in Montgomery, Alabama, yeah, because that's Zion. Yeah, yeah. My family live here. My family live here. My family live there. My family live there. I be watching this stuff. I be like, that's crazy. Yeah. My people destroy for a lack of knowledge because they don't know. If they knew, they would say something. They knew they would raise their children differently. If they knew, they would move differently. Yeah, that's what I'm creating my content about. I'm trying to change the world because I don't know about y'all. I had my family got unalived by gun violence because that's when I knew it was a war, but it was a silent war with silent weapons, and it's called ignorance. And I learned that they dumped us down because our knowledge was our power to fight the spiritual war. But they crippled us because we became prisoners of war being held in captivity. You feel me? And a lot of my people in captivity because they following trends, they lost, they don't know what's going on. Then when you talk about this, they be like, why is this important? Because this your family, fool. What you mean? This your real history. What you mean? Greetings, greetings. So we got the Amazon, the homies, which are warriors. Gratitude. Yes, we almost at 50. Gratitude, y'all. I appreciate y'all getting me up to 50. Yes. And if y'all could tap the daily heart box, could y'all tap the daily heart box? If y'all could share the laugh, can y'all share the laugh? I give gratitude, gratitude, gratitude. That's gratitude, family, gratitude. Okay, so we got Morocco there. Matter of fact, let me get my other paper out because y'all be having me. We be getting into some real good knowledge over here, y'all. I be getting excited because I want to tell y'all everything I know in 5 minutes, but I can't. So I got great intentions, but hey, I'm only human. I only could do so much. Okay, so look at this. According to David McRitchie, the families with the name Morrison, and other derivatives of Moor have Moors as their ancestors. They range from Sicily to Finland, including Britain, France, Germany, Holland, Italy, Switzerland, Poland, Denmark, and Sweden. Okay, so those are the places that are associated with the Jews. Remember the Jews? Y'all know we've been over here talking about the Jews and how we was down at school because they told all of us about the Jews. And when they told us about the Jews, they said that they was German, they was Austrian. They said that the Jews were also Polish. This is what they taught us in school. And they said that it was a little girl named Anne Frank. Because I felt bad for Anne Frank when I was down there at school. But they said they had took her out the castle and put her in the ghetto. And put the ghetto down there because they had put her in the ghetto. I said, damn, like they put her in the projects. Let me write projects over here because, you know, some people like to look down on people that live in the projects. Yeah, yeah. So okay, so they put them in the hood, the projects, the slums, the gutter, the trenches. Everybody know what I'm talking about? Cause I know my people live in the hood. My people live here. I know, like, when I got my little corporate job and everything, they made me disown my people because they was like, oh, that's ghetto. And, I was getting a couple dollars and I was like, oh, yeah, they ghetto. I don't, mm-mm. I turned my back on my own people. I did because I was bougie, and I was like, they dirty. I'm cool on them. But I ain't trying to be funny. Them the realest damn people. I'm trying to tell you, go to corporate America and let some shit happen to you, and people gonna talk about you, dog you out, make you feel like crap. But go to the hood. Go to the hood. The hood gonna be there for you. It's somebody in the hood that'll fix your car for a couple of dollars. It's somebody in the hood that'll make you something to eat for a couple of dollars. It's somebody in the hood that'll watch your children. It's somebody in the hood that'll put you on with resources. It's somebody in the hood that could change your life. All you gotta do is talk to them. They'll be like, here, call this number, call them, do this, do that. That's love in the hood. In the hood. That's love. That's God. Because I thought God lived at the church. When my brother got unalived and I had went down to the church, and the church was like, you need to pay some money for us to talk at the funeral. And you need to pay some money to rent the church for the funeral. And the funeral already cost 10 bands. So I'm like, damn, the church. I thought, what about my soul? Is y'all going to give me some words of encouragement, pray to something? They was like, nah, you ain't paid your tithes. I said, my tithes? They was like, yeah, you got to pay your tithes. And I was like, oh, this a business, because it took my brother to get unalive for me to see the truth. Because I don't know about y'all, but I had went to the church, and this little stuff they say do, then you ain't going to heaven. And so my brother wasn't in the church. My brother was one of these people. So my brother, but he was real though. Even though he ain't go to church, if you was hungry, he'll feed you. Because the Bible say that. The Bible say if you hungry, feed people. So my brother was out here feeding people. You feel me? And the Bible say if you in prison, visit people. My brother was out here putting money on people books. He was visiting people. He was doing right by people. You know what I'm saying? But in the church, they was like, if you don't call on Jesus as your savior, all this church stuff, so I was a little concerned about my brother, according to the church, because the church was like, you going to hell if you play cards, if you drink, if you do this, if you do that, you going to hell. So I was a little concerned about my brother's soul, because they in church teaching people that if you don't join church and be one of them, then you ain't SHIT basically. So I was kind of concerned. You know what I'm saying? So that's when I had a spiritual awakening. And that's why I end up with stuff like this. Cause my brother's soul had left his body. And I was like, okay, the infant, it was believed, was placed in the mother's womb after being created on the potter's wheel by the ram-headed god Khnum. So I was like, who is that? Because they don't teach about that at church. So I started learning about Khnum, and I was like, the ram-headed god, ain't that the Aries? And I was like, wait a minute, ain't this astrology? So then I kept going. But being created so Khnum formed the body, and he also fashioned a spiritual copy resembling the body in every way, with all its needs, desires, and expectations. And this was the Ka, the ghostly in appearance and stored in the heart. So I was like, damn, that's the soul. The Ka, because they ain't never taught me that at church. And so I was like, damn, they down there gatekeeping and stuff. Because when my brother died, I was really messed up. And this is, I had to learn about the Ka, you know, when then I started learning about the Ka, and I started learning about Hesaphat. And, I started learning that people would leave the Ka food and drinks and clothing. And they do that in the hood. When somebody died, they'll pour out some liquor, and they'll make a little grave. And, the bougie people say that's ghetto. And so they would actually have drinks out there. They would have food out there, balloons, teddy bears, pictures on the corner though, where somebody got unalived at. And you would be like, damn, that's spiritual. But they say that's ghetto. You know, I'm like, damn, people don't know their roots and culture because they tell them it's ghetto and don't nobody want to be ghetto. But I want to be ghetto now because ghetto is some real shit here. So, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm a Jew and I got put in the ghetto. So I'm not disassociating with this right here. I'm so hood. And if you feel some type of way about it, go ahead on and scroll on and now you have a nice day. But yes, so I'm hood, I'm ghetto because I'm a Jew. Okay. And the Jews are gems. If you notice my name, Jazzy Gems, because I am a gem. Gems are more priceless. Gems are worth more than gold. Gems are worth more than money. Gems are worth more than anything material that you can get. That's why I got gemstones and I make gemstone jewelry because I'm winning with the gems. You know what I'm saying? Yes, minerals, baby, but they're gemstones, okay? Gemstones. Okay, so they're gems, okay? Now, back to what I was saying. Okay, so then I found out I started finding out the truth because now I'm looking at the church sideways. So then I started looking at the school system sideways because the more I start studying, I start finding stuff out. Like the Virgin Mary lived in Virginia, right here, the Virgin Mary. So I started learning about the Virgin Mary. You want me to tell you something about the Virgin Mary? Can somebody throw a rose up there? I'm going to tell you something about the Virgin Mary that I started finding out. Like real talk. So that's Virginia, right? Virginia is the virgin, okay? Right? Gratitude, y'all. And this is connected to Mary land, right? That's Maryland, right? Okay, in Maryland, they got this place in Maryland called Baltimore. Well, I spelled it wrong, but whatever. Baltimore. Yeah, I was like, damn, that's the land of the Moors right there. Maryland, the land of the Moors. Baltimore, they got castles there. I found out they had castles. And because remember, I was just talking about Anne Frank, and I said Anne Frank got moved out the ghetto. I mean, you know, she left the castle and they put her in the ghetto. Okay, so I started doing my history, and I was like, who is from Maryland? Do y'all know anybody from Maryland? Anybody here know anybody from Maryland that's famous? Yes, you do, cuz. Don't sit on my live and lie. That's why you here. See, you here, cuz you just said you don't know nobody famous from Baltimore, Maryland. You don't know the Virgin Mary. You just told me that. So yes, you do. I done spelled her name wrong, y'all. I got dyslexia, excuse me. I'm not dumb. I just got dyslexia, y'all. So I be, man, listen. If you got dyslexia, then you know. I ain't got to talk your head off. But anyway, Tub Man, okay? Tub Man. Ain't that a boat? That's a boat. Tubman is a boat. That's a boat. That's a boat. Nah, actually, dyslexic is a gift. Use it, cuz. Use your shit. You see me? You better use your gift. You quit playing. These people done stole your gift and told you that you reading wrong. You was reading right. They was reading wrong. That's why they got your mind confused now. They rewired your brain. Yeah, just a gift, man. Use it. We up here correcting who vision. Cause I don't know about you, but the eyes is the windows to the soul. So how is you correcting my vision? I got my visions from the eternal realm. So how is somebody in the physical realm correcting my vision? Yeah, come on now. But anyway, look at the boat. Now, ain't Cleopatra associated with boats? Somebody throw a rose up there. I'm gonna get my receipt out because I am with these receipts. Let's get the receipt out. Cause I don't want nobody in the chat. No, it ain't. Look at all these books we got open, y'all. This is ridiculous. This is doggone ridiculous, but it's cool. We in class. This is necessary. Y'all studying with me. Okay? I give gratitude. Matter of fact, I'm put my cash app up here. If anybody want to donate, it's not for the knowledge, it's for my time. Cause I be taking my time teaching my people. I'm gonna start making sure I put this up there. I don't be wanting to look like I'm big and or nothing. You feel me? I don't want to get took the wrong way, but hey, I'm just saying. I do be taking my time getting up here teaching folk. Cause I bet you if I worked at Harvard, I wouldn't have to put no cash app up there. But what am I gonna do at Harvard? Cause y'all out here, y'all in the hoods of America. I need to go to the hood. I don't need to be at Harvard. Nah, my people in the hood, my people in the streets. And I'm not doing this for the money. And you can't say I am. Because if I was doing it for the money, then you wouldn't know why I exist. Why? Because I would be somewhere in a private location getting paid. But no, I'm out here in the public on the forefront with you. You know? You can't say I do it for the money. You can't never say that. You can never put that on your lips about me. Honey, sometimes I get off this live, it be $2. TikTok will pay me $2 to be on this live. So I'm not doing it for the money. However, people do donate. People do buy jewelry. People do get readings. People do it's ways to support the business. So people do. I love my people because I look out for them and they look out for me, and that's reciprocity, ain't it? Yeah, that's love. You know what I'm saying? Because they love me, I love them. We loving each other. We winning. You feel me? We ain't doing this for no money. Okay, so check this out. Look, warmth wind, dancing blue waters, and the sound of waves. This Cleopatra now from the first scroll. The scrolls, yes, the scrolls. She wrote scrolls, yes, like Enoch, she wrote scrolls. Scrolls, yeah, scrolls. Okay, so she talking about the water here. We just looked at the map. We looked at her map and we saw that they was Moors. Yeah, because the Moors was the navigators of the seas. You see the seas? Look, you got the Black Sea, you got Aramina. Yeah, her name was Arminta, wasn't it? What is Harriet Tubman name? Araminta? Ain't no dang on coincidence. Her name was Araminta. Why don't nobody know that except people that went to look it up for themselves? Why every year we sitting up in what is it? The public food system class. We sitting up in there every February and they teach us about Harriet Tubman and nobody tells us her name is Araminta. Gratitude, film. But nobody never tells us that. Why is that? I am upset about that. Gratitude, Antonius. I am upset about that. Yeah, because why don't we learn it? We every year they Harriet Tubman freed the slaves or whatever what they tell us, whatever they told us. I don't know. But anyway, so that's Armina, right? Okay. So let's go. That's in Maryland right there. You better know it. Look at that map again. Cuz, look at that map again. Let me show you something. See, I be studying so many maps I could see through this shit. I'm trying to tell you, look, cuz. Hey, cuz. You see? Not for real. Look at that. I want you to look at that. See how they say that's Arabia? Let's look at the map again. That's Arabia right there, ain't it? Cuz, tell me this ain't this right here. And then we could find every city that's on here. We could find it on here. Right? That's what I be doing it. I be studying. Look, that's Asia Minor. So let me hit you, let me put you on with some real shit right quick. Let me put you on with some real shit right quick. I'm gonna write this down so you can write this down. Okay? Don't have my little nieces and nephews out here looking silly, bruh. For real. I'm serious. Go teach my little nieces and nephews this. If you don't teach them nothing else, you teach them this. Okay. Amerigo Vespucci. I probably spelled his name wrong, but whatever. He a map designer from Italy. He Italian. Italian. Y'all, me and this spelling. He is an Italian map designer. Okay. Now, what Italian is connected to Rome, right? So he is a Roman. I mean, they tried to throw it. They tried to throw you off like he is a. They tried to throw you off like he a Italian because you're not supposed to put Rome and Italy together because remember you programmed, so they think, right? They programmed you to go to sleep. So you not supposed to realize that this is Rome and this is Italy and they go together. So you're not supposed to realize that this is a Roman Italian Amerigo Vespucci. Now the reason we talking about Cleopatra, because didn't Cleopatra kingdom, which was Egypt, get conquered by Rome? Didn't Cleopatra's kingdom get conquered by the Roman Italians? Somebody tell me if I'm wrong. Somebody stop me if I'm wrong and I'll go find me something else to do. Somebody tell me if I'm wrong here. Somebody. Okay, nobody ain't. Okay, y'all with me. Okay. So now we got, and this is in 1507, right? When he created this Roman map, right? So this was a way to defeat the Egyptians. This is how the Egyptians got defeated because they took the Egyptians' map and redid it. So the Egyptians will never know what Egypt really looked like. Okay? Now, remember in the beginning of my life, because people be like, you all over the place. No, I'm not. It actually takes 2-3 hours to sit and explain this stuff to people. I ain't lying. It do. It take a long time. Remember the beginning of the live. Who was here in the beginning of the live? Drop a 1 in the chat. Some of y'all just got here. Some of y'all been here. You know what I'm saying? But look, we started the live off talking about how Tamari is the beloved land of the ancient Egyptians. And we talked about how ancient Greece, these were the Greek gods, Tyre, Crete, Patmos, and Mount Olympus. We also talked about how Rome was Merlin, right? Is that making sense? Is that making sense that over here is Rome? Rome is over in this area. Is that making sense? Because if she was enslaved, Harriet Tubman was enslaved up here in Dorchester, then she was Roman, right? She was enslaved by the Roman Empire, right? Okay. So with her being enslaved, back because the Romans had slaves, they had Egyptian slaves, didn't they? The Romans had Egyptian slaves. Am I right or wrong? The Romans enslaved the Egyptians. Come on, somebody talk to me. Cause she was the queen of Egypt, right? Wasn't she? Yeah, okay, because we talking about she Cleopatra right now, and she was the queen of Egypt, right? And if she was the queen of Egypt, she had to leave Mark Antony over here, who was Italian, and go over here and make a deal with the king over here, which was Julius Caesar, right? Yeah, that's what happened. They say she was married to Mark Antony, and she was also married to Julius Caesar. See, Mark Antony was French, you know what I mean? Italian, French, he was over here, right? She had to leave from over here, Paris, French, the French Empire, Austria, England, Europe, Europea. Remember, we talked about her being Europea? We talked about the first Europeans were melanated. We talked about Europea's descendants. Europea's descendants were, according to David McRitchie, Europea descendants were Moors, Morrison, and derivatives of the Moor have Moor as their ancestors, and they range from Sicily, ain't Sicily over there, that's Italy, right? To Finland, including Britain, France, Germany, Holland, Italy, Switzerland, Poland, Denmark, and Sweden. Let's go look on the map. We got Sweden here, right? We got Denmark there. What else did we have on here? We gotta look for Poland. We got Poland up in this area, right? What else we got? We got Germany. Germany is in this area. What else we got? We got Switzerland is up in that area somewhere. We got Holland up there. Let me go get another map. Cause you know how my page set up. Somebody gonna be in the comment. No, it ain't. Like, bruh, just get off the page. Stop talking to us. I'm just saying, we got too many receipts for people to be standing around talking about no, it ain't. Like, man, at this point, we listen. Oh, come on. There we go. I was getting nervous. So check this out. So what we're talking about, these are maps of the old world. Before 1500, before America Vespucci, the reason we talking about Amerigo Vespucci is because Amerigo Vespucci named the continent after himself in 1507. So before 1507, this was not America. Facts. Did y'all catch that gem? Somebody drop a gem in the chat if you caught that. Now have somebody throw a rose up on the screen. And if y'all could tap the daily heart box, tap the daily heart box. We almost at 100K, y'all. Gratitude. I appreciate y'all. We moving. We getting it. We getting it. Gratitude. Yes, gratitude, y'all. Gratitude. Yes, gratitude. Okay, so look at this map. So at the bottom here, that's Italy, right? Remember we said Mark Antony came from Italy, right? Yeah. Okay. So remember Rome is over there. That's where Tennessee at, Kentucky, North Carolina, South Carolina, right? All of that we just talked about. We backing up our receipts. That's Rome, right? Ancient Rome. Okay. Now we see Turkey down there where the Florida is going into South Carolina and North Carolina. That was Turkey, right? That's considered the Middle East. It's in the east and it's in the middle. You see it? They play so many games, don't they? They play so many mind games with us, don't they? Yeah, this shit in our face, though. Yeah, it's in our face. They got us all discombobulated, literally, because they done beat us in the head 500 times. Sophia, right? Yeah, gratitude. So now you got France, which is next to Italy. So this is why we say France is connected to Italy, right? And Austria, isn't there where little Anne Frank come from? Austria, little Anne Frank. They ran from the Germans and was connected to Poland, and we backing up everything, right? Denmark, Ireland, Finland, Norway, Sweden. We just read all of this on the paper that these are Europeans' descendants and they're melanated people. Yeah, the sun people. Melanin mean the sun. They're sun people. These are the sun people, the solar people, the people that got souls, cosmic people. We got that. We understanding that. The Ka people. Yeah. Yeah, the people with the Ka, the spirit. Remember we just talked about the souls and the spirits? Yes, the Ka. That's where they get Tamarika from. Tamarika. Come on now. Yeah. Gratitude. Tamarika, the ancient beloved land of the Egyptians. Yes. So they were defenders of the land. Defenders of the land. Okay. Now let's do some more history. Let's do some biblical history right quick. Let's do some biblical history right quick, because I can't just leave you like that. We gotta get this biblical history done first. Now, according to the Bible, according to the Bible, who is the first queen of Egypt? According to the Bible, Genesis, the book of Genesis. Is her name Hagar? Her name Hagar? Hagar. We gonna talk about Hagar. Do we? Is who know about Hagar? Drop a 1 in the chat. Somebody talk to me. Hagar. So Hagar was the Pharaoh daughter. Remember? Okay, because in the Bible it talk about Abraham. Okay, it talk about this guy named Abraham. Now Abraham had many sons, and many sons had father Abraham. I am one of them, and so are you. So let's go praise the Lord. They had us singing that back at school. I mean, back at church. Y'all remember that song? Father Abraham had many sons, and many sons had Father Abraham. I am one of them, and so are you. So let's go praise the Lord. We used to have to sing that at church. I was a church girl, can you tell? But anyway, that's him, right? Now let's break down that name. Let's break this down. Let's break this down. All right, let's break this down. Because if you don't know these hidden gems, then you're gonna be lost. And I don't like really talking to lost people. But that's the father of the Hamites, right? I mean, cause people be forgetting this part. They no, it ain't. Yes, it is. The Hamites, the dark nation, the dark ones. Okay, like the Africans. Like, remember his son name was Cush. The Cushites are the Ethiopians. Okay. So them the Ethiopians, they the Cushites, that's Cush, that's Kemet. Wasn't his son named Kim? Okay. So we pretty much understand who Abraham is, right? Okay, all right. The father of many nations. So we got the Kemites, we got the Cushites, we got the Ethiopians, we got the Nubians, because he the father of many nations, right? Yeah, he the father of many nations. You know what that means? That's many, like a lot, several, many, a lot, many. Okay, so he the father of many nations. So now we got the Kemites, the Nubians, the Ethiopians, the Cushites, and these are the dark nations, right? The Hamites. So all of this coming out of Abraham, right? Now, Abraham was married to Sarah. Okay. So he was married to Sarah. Now you do see that Ra name is right there, and Ra name is right there, and Ra name is right there. Y'all do realize Ra is the Egyptian god. Yeah, y'all do realize that. So we talking about gods. They're gods. They got the name. And you do know that Ra can ship shape, right? You do know that Ra can ship shape, right? Before I move on, do you know that Ra can ship shape? Somebody throw a rose up on the screen if we need a receipt or not. Okay, I'm just saying because people be getting lost, and if y'all could, we could stay on topic, please, because some people is getting off topic with random stuff, and that's throwing people off in the chats. You know what I mean? I don't want you to get I don't want nobody to take your little microphone because they think you being combative. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, stick to the topic. If we talking about trees, talk about trees. Don't go talking about bugs because you want to, out knowledge somebody talking about bugs. Like, no, we're talking about trees right now. You don't know if we already talked about bugs or if we're going into bugs. Just stay to the topic. We're not getting ahead of the game. We not trying to lead nobody. We trying to be on one accord over here. You know what I mean? But we know down at the public food system, they teach you to compete with other people. So that is the mindset that a lot of us have. So we are breaking that mindset. But us over here, we got to get the Book of the Dead out. Okay, so wait a minute, hold on. We going to get to the part where Ra is a shapeshifter. Wait a minute. Okay, well, here we go talking about Ra. Here we go. Here we go. I am the great God, the self-created, who is the great God, the self-created is water. He is Noon, father of the gods. Otherwise said he is Ra. He who created his name, Lord of Anid. He who is he. It is he who created his names and him who remembers. It means the coming into existence of those gods who are in his suit. I am he who is not opposed among the gods. He who is he. He is Atum, who is his son disk. Otherwise said he is Ra when he rises in the eastern horizon or the sky. To me belongs yesterday. I know tomorrow. What does it mean? As for yesterday, that is Osiris. As for tomorrow, that is Ra. On the day in which the foes of the Lord of all were destroyed, and his son Horus was made to rule. Otherwise said that in the day that we remain festive, when the burial of Osiris was ordered by his father Ra, the battleground of the gods was made in accordance with my command. What does it mean? It is in the west. It was made for the souls of God in accordance with the command of Osiris, Lord of the western desert. Otherwise said, it means this is the west to which Ra made every god descend. He fought the two for it. I know that the great God who is he? He is Osiris. Otherwise said he is Ra, and his name, praise be Ra. He is the soul of Ra, with whom he himself copulated. I am the great Bennu bird, which is in Heliophis, and the supervisor of what exists. Who is he? He is Osiris. As for what exists, that means his injury, otherwise said. This means his corpse, otherwise said. It means eternity and everlasting. As for eternity, it means daytime. As for everlasting, it means night. I am men in his going forth, and I have set plumes on my head. Wait a minute, y'all. I done read all of this. I didn't get to the shape shifting part where he say he is the priest of. Wait a minute. I'm trying to think. Is it? I know it's in here. It's in the Book of the Dead where Ra say he is the master molecule and master shapeshifter. Um. Um. Wait a minute. Well, long story short, the receipt is in the Book of the Dead. And you can go get you a Book of the Dead, man. This the Book of the Dead. You know what I'm saying? It's the one I got. And okay. Do it say it over here? Okay. All right. All right. But yeah, this is the Book of the Dead. And it got the Bible story. I mean, it's the Bible story. Like the more you read, you will be like, wait, hold on. Like you're talking about Sekhmet, talk about Osiris, you talk about magic, magic spells. Magic spells is in there. Talk about the different gods, the different deities. It talk about your heart. Oh, does it talk about your heart? It talks about your heart a lot. That's how I started learning. You gotta get your heart right, man. That's what this all about, man. They ain't made all these books about getting your heart right, man. You better get your heart right. Yeah, that's long story short. But okay, let's get back because I don't want to get off subject because I started talking about something totally different. Okay, so now we got Hagar, which is the god of Egypt. Okay. So Hagar being the god of Egypt, um, she was the Pharaoh's daughter. So remember Abraham and Sarah had went down into Egypt and Abraham had lied to the Pharaoh and told the Pharaoh that Sarah was his sister. So the Pharaoh ended up getting with Sarah and found out that that was Abraham's wife. So then God cursed the Pharaoh, and the Pharaoh gave Abraham his riches. He gave him riches and all type of stuff, right? And so Abraham ended up leaving Abraham left Egypt and the Pharaoh gave Sarah his daughter, which was Hagar. Now I do know from reading the book of Asher, that's the hidden knowledge about Abraham. In the book of Asher, you got Nimrod, aka Nebuchadnezzar. So you got Nimrod, aka Nebuchadnezzar. He the one put Abraham in the fire. He tried to unalive Abraham and he couldn't unalive Abraham. So, and I found out that this is one of his relatives because Abraham daddy name was Tarai. Okay. Wait a minute. I probably spelled Tarai name wrong. Y'all don't take my spellings literally. But Tarai, which was Abraham's father, he was a prince of Nimrod. Okay. So the fact that they was princes let me know that they was Arabian. They was definitely Arabian. You know, like on the Latin. Oh, here go my receipt. So if they was over here in what is called ancient Samaria, they was definitely Arabian, right? So they was definitely Arabian because they was over in this region. And then we gonna double reference it with the Cleopatra map. We gonna definitely. So remember over here on this map that I said was America, right over here. And I was saying over here where Arabia at, that is where Arabia is at, right? So you got the Caspian Sea, and you got the Black Sea. So you got here, you would have where Arabia at, and you would have the rivers, right? That come up and through here, right? That's the Nile River. And then you would have the Caspian Sea over here, which we know as the Hudson. But anyway, um, so or the Potomac River. So that okay, so back to over here. So we got their Arabian, like on the Latin, right? Because on the Latin, remember the movie Aladdin? On the Latin, they got magic carpets. They got the black horses. You know, the Arabian horses. And aren't the Arabian horses connected to? Aren't the Arabian horses connected to Poseidon? Because Poseidon created the horses, and horses are connected to royalty. So when we talk about Poseidon, we are talking about Poseidon, Neptune, and we talking about his son, which is son of Neptune. So we're talking about Percy Jackson. So Percy Jackson represents Persian, and his last name was Jackson. Okay. So now we got the Jackson, we got the Persians, we got Poseidon, we got the Arabian horses, we got Arabia, we got Aladdin, gratitude film, we got Aladdin, and on Aladdin they got rings, they got lamps, they got jinns, they got genies, they got magic. And I don't know if you missed this part, but in Aladdin, well, didn't he have a did he have a monkey? He had a monkey in Aladdin. Did Aladdin have a monkey? Somebody talk to me now. Did he have a primate with him? Yes or no? Because last time I checked, don't Thoth got a baboon form? Thoth, the god of wisdom. Don't Thoth have a baboon form? Somebody talk to me. Is Thoth associated with a baboon or not? Somebody talk to me. Thoth, the god.
Wait,
Say
what?
that question again.
Hold on, I got you, Twin. Would you, when you were in your break, you said your psychotic break episodes would?
When you're in psychosis,
like
you
in my
can't.
personal.
Well, hold on, Tori.
I got what you're asking. On my personal feeling, no, but I'm pretty sure that they could compare it to someone.
No, but I'm saying,
Well,
but
they,
would you?
when I,
Go ahead.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead. Go ahead.
When I looked this up, bipolar disorder is not a symptom of.
It's
psychosis.
not.
We know. So, but
I get what you're
also
asking, though.
psychosis
You-
isn't the same in everyone's brain because everyone's
Yeah,
brain
right.
chemicals
I
are
got
different.
But the point that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tori, but the point that she's making is that y'all are making concession for a spontaneous mental illness or a spontaneous manifestation of a mental illness, but acting like someone who's doing something long term isn't also suffering
Right.
from mental illness.
And I agree.
They're
with
both suffering from mental illness. So
I
if you
agree
give
too. Yes.
the green light on this, you're giving the green light on everything. Y'all don't see that.
But if we're looking at facts and facts alone, the fact is, because Tori said that several times, look at the facts, look at the facts. The fact is there are a lot of holes in the story. So if we're looking at the fact and the fact alone.
Can y'all hear me?
Not valid. Like what all the speculation, the facts alone is looking like Swiss cheese. That was my point.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut
the
anybody
reason.
off, but KK just said in the comments that she was neglected medically. I want to make a point by saying that if this was a black woman, she would have never got this much medical help.
You got a lot of help.
Lindsay had
A lot of help.
no. Lindsay had enough resources, enough support, and enough community to not do what she did. Like,
She
and
did
then
get a lot
Kate,
of help.
like, what are you talking about? If
No,
this
I
was a
agree.
black woman, she would have never been able to get this much help. Like, I'm actually getting upset because I do not understand the what is the psychology behind black people putting on their coon capes and coming into defense of evil white people.
Well,
Like, what is that? What is that?
Turn up.
What's the
Turn it
science
up.
between
Turn
that?
it up, Tori.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
What is the logic? And there's no logic. I'm not gonna let anybody explain because she had enough community. She had enough resources.
Way
If
more
this was
than
a
the
black
average
woman who
woman.
went to a hospital, they would have turned her around. Y'all saying that she
Way
was
more than the
neglected
average
medically,
woman.
but she had enough help.
Which is why I made the
Way
hold on,
more
which
than
is
the
why I
average
made
woman.
the comment a minute ago that the white woman who has it all, like y'all keep saying, who has it all, had the medical help, had the money, all that stuff. If she doesn't get help with her mental issues, black women going forward will continue
my
not to
goodness.
get help with their medical issues.
Listen, you
But
cannot compare the
she
white
did get
woman
help.
and the
can I finish? Can I finish?
the white woman.
Yeah. So let me because I can mute you.
I can
mute
Tori
you.
versus Cat. She sounded like you earlier this morning.
Okay.
So as somebody, and like you said, you dealt with some type of mental illness. Cool. So have I. And like I said, it's not one size fits all. But the issue in this case is even with all her resources, the medication she was given, she was overprescribed or underprescribed, and it didn't work because it's not a one size fits all, which is why there's a spotlight on the fact that this is a big mental health case, which is also why I told ML the reason I now know about Latasha is because of the Lindsay Clancy case. And as somebody who has personally dealt with a chemical imbalance my entire life, who takes medication for it, who suffered from postpartum depression and wanted to unalive her BD, I understand what it's like to not feel like you're getting the help even though you are. So unless you've walked in those shoes, I'm not too sure what we're having a conversation about. But like I said, hold on.
Tori, we got to move to the next person.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jamie.
I agree with you, Tori, but I don't want you to feel silenced. We got to move to the next person.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to highlight the facts because I heard a lot of people saying the facts doesn't make sense and there's Swiss cheese and things like that. So I wanted to know what part of the case isn't making sense so I can get clarification on actual facts and not TikTok videos that people are reposting. Because the facts are Patrick not only took multiple leaves for each child being born, he also had a separate savings account for her to take extra leave because she wasn't going to get everything for her job, and then also had in-house nannies. Her family's moved in, and then he worked from home, and then even extended her being off of work, took her to a mental health facility where she checked herself out of for a birthday party. She lied about the drugs she was taking. She only took 7 of one prescription, and I've been prescribed the same exact, excuse me?
You have to say smug. Thank you, Ms. Brooks.
Oh, smug, sorry. She did not take the prescribed doses, and she was also doctor hopping, which is a common thing that people do when they're not getting the results that they want. She did not take the prescriptions long enough to have an effect. Any person who's taking those type of smugs, you know, it takes up to 20 days to actually get the effects that you're seeking. And she was only taking 7 out of each bottle, if that. People are saying that doesn't make sense. You haven't heard the 911 call, but it has been transcribed, and you can hear her speaking in the 911 call.
So, Jimmy,
when Patrick asked her. Go ahead.
You think she's guilty or innocent?
Jimmy cooking, boy.
She's absolutely guilty. My thing is this. Anyone who's ever done something so heinous, obviously it's not right in the mind. Period. At the same time, there's accountability attached to your actions. She took 3 different exercise bands in 3 different sizes and methodically took her children down to a basement and put them face down and took their lives. Not only that, her Apple Watch data proves that. She made a phone call where she called Patrick back when he was at CVS to confirm the medication that he was looking for because they couldn't have the name brand. They were out of it. She was mentally enough stable to let him know that it was okay or not okay to get the off-brand dosage for her children. She was very much so aware of what she was doing.
But he lied about that, though. They did have the correct medication.
How did he lied about it?
Not the medication. The talk when it wasn't medication
for the children.
Yeah, the off-brand thing because they didn't have the type that they normally get.
Correct.
The specific.
So she called to get clarification from the mother. hey, is this okay if I get this instead? What part is a lie?
If I'm
Also,
not mistaken,
people
it was
say
proven on the stand that when he made that call about the quote unquote medication for the kids, it turned out that it was the Miralax was actually in stock.
baby, whether it was or wasn't, he called his wife. She didn't answer. She hung up and called him back. She had the wherewithal in her mind to make a phone call back to her husband, and they spoke about it. Whether it was
really
in
isn't
stock or not.
relevant.
How many times you send a man to the grocery store, he asks you some dumbass?
The issue, what Jim?
Did she get a call?
How I say your name correctly? I don't want to say it wrong. Ma'am.
That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I'm rocking with you. I just wanted to make sure I said your name correctly. That's all.
Oh, sorry, I got a phone call. I didn't hear what you say.
I was just asking how to say your name correctly, so I didn't.
Oh, it's Jimmy, short for Gemini. But yeah, if we're gonna speak the facts, let's just speak the facts. That woman admitted to it. Her defense attorney has said she admitted to it. She knows she did it. Not one time has she ever changed her story. Her family has never said that she didn't do it. She did it. Patrick did not meet that lady until a year after, when he moved out of that house where his kids were taken from him. And he moved to where his job is actually stationed at. And they got married 3 years later. And you guys are ventilizing this man, and he's created charities for these children. He's raised money for these children in their name. And you guys are ventilizing. Well, he's literally on the stand defending her. You guys know that, right? He's literally defending her. He's been defending her since the day it happened. You people are sick.
This is why I say internalized misandry, though. I said it when I got in here.
Well, give me a second, Tori. I got two new people.
Jump in, but dang, boy.
Go ahead, Barbie, and then go ahead, TJ, and then Barbie.
So, I'm really just on the common sense of it, because he really said straight facts. Gemini, he said straight facts. So real life, I want you to think about it. You took your kids down. You have 3 stories. You took your kids down to the last story. They're probably like, Mom, what are we doing in the basement? Why are we down here? And she don't say nothing. She just turn them face down and start strangling them. And let's give her the benefit of it's some psychosis thing, pregnancy psychosis. After the first kid, what tells you to keep going? What tells you let's go to the next one? Let's go to the next one. Or even that, what tells you let's call 911? Because I've seen YouTube videos, people they'll kill someone. Be like, oh my God,
unalive.
What did I just do? What did I do? Why did I kill them?
You have to say unalive.
Oh, what did I do? Why did I just do that?
Said KILL.
How old is he?
Unalive. What did I do? Why just unalive?
You didn't do anything. You just don't. This is TikTok language.
No, she's speaking on the trial now, Legacy.
Oh,
go ahead.
Oh, why I just unalived them? Oh my God. She never did. She just killed. She goes 2 stories up. Make sure she grabs a knife, goes 2 stories up, and gets herself, rather than calling 911 or calling her husband. If she really felt like she had no help, she could have called her husband, because this is real distress. You just unalive 3 kids. This is distress. No call. You just take yourself out the book. No, it don't make sense. It just doesn't make sense to be in psychosis for 3 kids. No.
Yeah, see, Jimmy.
Thanks for that. Thanks for coming up.
Jimmy really kind of cooked. You know what? I'm gonna wait till Bobby goes. How you doing, Bobby? Bobby Belly.
Oh, that's Baby. I thought it was Barbie. Go ahead, Baby Belly.
Baby Belly. My bad.
You have to unmute. You muted.
Bobby like a fool. Baby Belly. My bad.
Hi, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so with watching the trial, and I don't know if everybody here has actually watched it in its entirety. You know what I mean? So what I can say is that the evidence, or the lack thereof, has been insane, and it doesn't seem like they did a good job of doing any type of investigation at all. But when we get to the topic of if this was a black mom and a black dad, a lot of what the young lady is saying is true. There is some, misogyny, but at the end of the day, if we're going to go there, then we also have to say, had that been a black father and a black mom, he would have never been able to call the police and just say, my wife unalived all 3 of our children, and she tried to unalive herself, and the police showed up took his word for it and did no investigation. Had he been black, he would have been the first suspect. They wouldn't have taken his word for it and just said, she told me she unalived the kids. They wouldn't have taken a black dad's word.
But are
for
you
that.
saying they
He
didn't
would've been-
investigate him?
Let her finish.
Correct. He was never a suspect. They didn't investigate. They took his word for everything. Everything. Everybody that they pulled up there as a witness said, Patrick said it. Well, according to Patrick, there was no investigation. Had that been a black father and he came and he said, my wife did this, she told me she did it, she crushed up all these medications and put it in lemonade, even though there's no residue of any pills crushed nowhere on the scene. There's no pill crusher. They found no powder of where she crushed the pills at, even though they're saying she was in psychosis. She wouldn't have had the wherewithal to crush the pills, put it in lemonade, hide the dust residue, right? Do damage to her wrists and attempt to unalive herself with blood all over the crime scene, have the mindset to then move the dresser over and cover up the blood. They would have noticed all of that when they walked the house the first time, had that been a black man, because they wouldn't have taken his word for it. But because he's white and because they lived a certain lifestyle and because they had all the privileges and all the access and all the money that they had, they took that man's word for it as Bible, did no investigation and moved forward. But that's why this case is as big as it is. Going back to the lady that said it will affect black women in the end if this case goes guilty or, not guilty, because it's a worldwide case now because of the fact that they are white and wealthy and had connections, and because and access to
It really was that. So that went over our head. Just like in Waco, Texas, they was doing all them BOMBs during our lifetime, but we didn't know that this was the Holy Land. So we didn't know that they was altering the Holy Land. They did it during, just like the Black Wall Street up here in Missouri, which is connected to Lower Missouri. Right here, all of that is Missouri, which is the ancient Mississippi civilization, right? But we don't know this stuff because we programmed. You know what I'm saying? We don't know this stuff. We think that this is America and they told us the truth from off Jump Street. No. But you got Morocco over here in Indiana. Like, make it make sense. And they just had a blackout and a purge. Come on, man. Come on, man. I wish people was woke because I would love to have a conversation with woke people. I would. Like, people be really sleep. Like, people think they woke, bruh. They be talking to you and stuff. They be sleep for real. Yeah. It's like in Edinburgh, that's Metropolis, Illinois. It's called Edinburgh, Illinois, but I'm lying. Like, bruh, did you even go look it up? Did you try to look it up? Did you attempt to look it up? Like, did you even, just, I promise you, if you go on your phone, you could be like, hey, Siri, whoop, whoop, whoop. Siri will tell you stuff. Like, did you even attempt to do that first? But no, they'll hop in my chat. No, it ain't. No, you don't. I don't know. Da 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 da. That's the Garden of Eden. Wow. Okay. So, all right. All of this. It's the Garden of Eden. Man. But my people, you can't tell them nothing. You can't tell my people anything. Just all this got palm trees, bruh. To marry me, land of the palm tree. All them states right here got palm trees in it, bruh. You can't tell my people nothing, though. No, it ain't. But yeah, all these states got palm trees, and Tamari mean the land of the palm tree, and Jesus is associated with the palm tree. Like, come on, bro. Like, I just really, for real. You go China right there, where we came from. Because they said we the Asiatic man, so don't it make sense that we came from China? Then you got Australia down there. People be like, but where Australia at right here? Well, where Africa at? Over here. Well, where Asia at? Over here. Well, where France at? Over here. Where Italy at? Right there. Where Rome at? Over there. Where Greece at? Like, I wish I could talk to people that at right there. Where Rome at? Over there. Where Greece at? Like, I wish I could talk to people that because it hit was off on your phone when you was traveling. Was it or was it not? When you was in the airplane, was your navigation system off or not? I'm just saying because people act like when they in the plane, their navigation system is on and they could tell you their direct locations and they can't. But when you turn on your eternal compass and know how to navigate the land, because apparently your past life knew how to navigate the land. So when you tap into your past life memories, you start awakening things that you can't explain to people who sleep. Your navigation system on. Remember in the Transformer movie, Megatron navigation system got activated and the coordinates start to come online. The coordinates, the laid lines. He started to become aware of things. And wasn't the Transformers here in America when they said they traveled to ancient Egypt? Why was they in America? Why was they in New York? Why was they in Illinois? I'm a Transformer head. I'm asking you, like, why was they in America? That ain't never crossed your mind. Okay, y'all. So I'm going to go ahead and get off of here. I'm going to talk to y'all beautiful souls later. Later. Yeah, I know. That's why I think my knowledge be important, but you know, whatever. I'll be making people think and look stuff up, and I'm an enlightener for real. I am. I'm an enlightener. Seriously, I'm an enlightener, but you know, it's yeah. I be teaching people stuff. Matter of fact, drop a 1 in the chat if you learned something today. How about that? Gratitude. Drop a 1 in the chat if you learned something. If you're going to take something with you today, drop a 1 in the chat. That way I at least know that. Okay. Gratitude, y'all. Gratitude. Now I feel all right. I feel like I did something. Yeah. That makes me that's comforting, y'all. That's comforting to know people are learning, people are, you know, getting their information straightening out kundalinis. You know, people are liberating their mindsets from the lies that been told to us. That's real comforting. So I give gratitude, and I will talk to y'all beautiful souls on another live. All right, y'all. Peace.
Placed the babies in one urn, cremated all 3 of his children and placed them all in one urn, even though he almost had $4 million, wouldn't even give him a proper burial. I don't know how anybody can look at that man in his eyes and not see that he's demonic. His eyes he looks crazy and he looks like a sociopath. I don't see how she didn't see it long before that. But the simple fact of it is that there was no investigation. They charged her less than a day later. She was in the hospital.
So he cremated.
Can I respond?
Now you're entitled to
the kids and put them
Yes,
all
sir.
in one urn.
I don't know about the
And
one
one
urn.
urn.
He
That
did
part is
cremate.
No, that's
He
a
did.
lie.
He did
No,
cremate.
that's
no,
no, it's
no,
not.
he
I
did
don't know.
cremate them.
Yeah,
They're not,
All
I
the
don't know
not
about
in
urns
the
All the
one
one
children are
urn.
urn.
not in one urn. That is a
Yeah, they're
lie.
not in one urn. They
Cause
No,
I
it's
don't
not.
think
The
they do
pictures
that.
that
They're not in
the
one
pictures
urn.
that the pictures
Wait
that
a
were
second,
shown during the
baby.
trial had
They
them
don't.
placed in one urn
They're
with
not
a
in one
memorial
You're
urn.
talking
behind it.
about, and then you're talking about AI videos of his best friend where they made him look like him. Like, you're up here spewing TikTok
That's not. It
videos.
wasn't in the
Yes,
courtroom. They were
it.
showing AI videos. That's what
No,
you're saying.
you're
Baby
spewing
Belly, they're
You're
TikTok
not.
saying AI
videos.
videos were showing in the
It's my
courtroom.
turn to talk now. It's my
They're
turn to
not
talk.
in.
It's not like a surprise. It's just like once you get into the details, then it's like, damn, you know, how did I miss this? How did I ignore this? How did I not look into the details?
These Romans weren't playing, y'all. Look at that. Look at that thing he's holding. And look at this. That's in Washington, D.C. Why would you put a bundle of sticks on a building? It's like you think of the dumbest thing and then you try to put that on the building.
It's divine. Man, everybody, tap the screen. Talking about the fast shape, talking about some amazing shit, talking about petrification.
Facts. And please repost. Just hold the screen. It's gonna pop up and just hit repost. It's just a simple task I ask, and I'll show you the gems. I know you guys are like, David, give us the gems, damn it. And I will. Just be patient. What's up, Snafu? Welcome in. You want to come up? We're talking about the fast shape. One of the most hottest topics on TikTok. And I know you talk about uranium rods too. Oh, you busy right now? All right, no problem, no problem. Yeah, like petrification, instant petrification is in the Bible, y'all. Like, and then they talk about the fasce in the Bible. Like, this is being spoken about. It's metal, all metal, right? So in the terms of the Bible from the ancient times till now, it's rod of iron, right? And it's a symbol of rulership. And in the scriptures it says, and you shall rule them with the rod of iron. When you look this up, it says a bundle of sticks. Now, you've got to be an idiot to think, oh, those are just nothing but sticks. This is a technical device. You can see the wiring at the top of this thing. We got to be honest with ourselves. We were lied to in history. You don't get to have so much petrification evidence and then pretend like nothing was going on. We are in the last days, people, and we have to unveil everything, hidden truth, things that people don't know about. This stuff is hidden in the Bible. Christ spoke about these things, and he even said it himself, like, yo, when this thing is happening, this is the day. He said, even so, then shall the Son of Man appear. Like, it's in Luke. It's in there, y'all. He said, remember Lot's wife. Right? You know I'm not lying.
Facts. And how could they forget? You know what I'm saying?
It's going to be a crazy day. Beams coming from the sky. People are trying to run. You can't turn back. Someone's getting hit. Boom. The other goes on. One left. That's what the scriptures is telling
you. One lives to tell the story.
One lives on to tell the story, and the other one got zapped.
Facts. And when they come back, the friend is a statue.
Yeah, he described it to you. He's like, yo, 2 men is going to be in one bed. One shall be taken, the other left.
Got him.
2 women. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? 2 women shall be grinding at the mill. Boom. one taking the other. It's right there. And people are being rescued like lightning, just like how he said, as the lightning coming. Yo, Christ is very technical. And I'll have you know, I know the Bible says that he was a carpenter. That word, you look it up in the Greek, it means tekton. And a tekton means architect. It's deep, y'all. A stonemason, an architect, a builder. He even says it himself. I go to prepare a place for you. Come on, y'all. If you don't believe me, look it up. The word carpenter is a watered down Roman way of saying make him a woodcutter. The dude was building hardcore marble. You know what I'm saying?
Even Jay-Z tried to tell people that Jesus was not a carpenter like we think he is. Like, cause you know how rap, they make comparisons, like similes and metaphors and all these different things and the way they explain things. He said Jesus was a carpenter, Yeezy lay beats. You know what I mean? So Jesus, and him comparing Jesus and Kanye West, saying Jesus was a carpenter, at least Yeezy lays beats, right?
Right. You said, man, I was just in the worst live.
You lay bricks. A bricklayer. Masonry.
Masonry, exactly. He was a mason. He was an architect, a builder.
Oh shit, you were in the worst live? Now you're in the best live. Well, other than mine. But yeah.
Yeah, man. But we rock together. We're a team. You know what I'm saying? This is breaking down the codes within history. This is the lines within the lines.
Oh, yeah. Good shit.
Yeah, so now let me pull out the Bible verses so everybody can see that it's written thousands of years in the past. And it's here. We're looking at it in the future. This is what the Bible means when it says in Daniel, seal up the book until the time of the end. Then you get to the end, and then you have a guy that's taking the book from the Most High, and this time for the hidden things to be revealed. It's in there. We got Kate Elite on the panel. You got anything for us? You have a question or anything? I guess he hit it by accident. Yeah, people be tapping the screen and they be accidentally hitting the button. And that's what be happening. But we want to get to 1 million.
Yeah, they get so damn excited that they tap the screen like everywhere. And then next, you know, they just the buttons.
Oh yeah, Fast Shoe, you knew about that, the Tekton? You just found out in this live? Yeah, man, look that up. It's right there. But people don't do no deep dives, and they don't try to figure out, you know, what things are being said, and you know what I'm saying? So the way how I do it, I try to put myself in the time and immerse myself in the language and how they spoke. What's up, Snap?
What's up, brother? No, that was a new one to me. So I immediately went and researched a little bit and found out it referenced to the carpenter, but it also referenced to them working with stone.
Stone.
Yeah,
exactly. And then he tells you, like, I'm
you're
going
on
to prepare.
point, like always.
Yeah, I don't tell, I don't tell much lies because I don't want to say I don't lie sometimes. Sometimes I find myself in a lie.
Yep. But hey, man, you can admit that. Most people can't.
Yeah, that's true. And that shows humility. That shows that I can be humble too.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, so I was gonna pull out the scripture. Hold on.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome new information. I'll be messing with that.
So this is thousands of years.
Peace, man. How you doing?
Beautiful, beautiful. Good to see you, brother.
Oh yeah, you as well, man. I'm over here making peanut
So
butter
right
and
here,
jelly sandwiches and shit.
so right here, y'all, we see it written thousands of years ago in the book of Psalms, right? Check this out. Thou shalt break them with a rod of iron. Thou shalt dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel. Now, if you were to put that into imagery, into your mind, what does that sound like?
Damn.
Instant petrification, and you ruling. People are getting scared. They're going to bow down to you like, oh, shit, I don't want to get zapped. Please.
Dude, the frog in Lahaina. The petrified frog in Lahaina that
Frog.
the gentleman took to the scene. Right after that blue light, supposedly, you got a petrified frog in mid-leap. I mean, we see it. We comprehend it.
So, in the Old Testament, there's a lot of New Testament people in here. So, here we go. And he shall rule them with a rod of iron. As a vessel of a potter shall they be broken to shivers, even as I received of my Father. So who's speaking there? Even as I received of my Father. This is why I tell people, this technology isn't fallen angel technology. This technology comes from the heavens. They learned it from somewhere. And when they fell from where? So he's telling you where everything comes from, right there. He said, even as I received from my Father, it came from the Father. He's telling you what element and everything. He's like, and you shall rule them with what? A rod of iron. Iron is an element. And then at the after effect of it, as a vessel of a potter shall they be broken to shiver. And then he's telling you where it's coming from, even as I received from my Father.
And they're still using this technology today.
Yeah, and they're using it.
Yeah, they've renamed it, but I mean, it's still the same concept. I mean, you can pull up pictures on Google and see the same kind of shit.
And Jesus spoke many things very technical. He's like, they shall run like lightnings as the lightning cut. Like he's telling you technical things.
I ain't gonna lie, David, that rod of iron, you bringing it to my attention, that hits different, bro.
Yeah, because the power device, the symbol of power is what? Right?
That fire.
And then before the line before this, it says, and I shall give him power over the nations, and he shall rule them with a rod. So the power is a verse up. So electricity, energy, it's a verse up. And then it says, and he shall rule them with a rod of iron. And then he's telling you the after effect. As a vessel of a potter shall they be broken to shivers. So everything is there. Can you put it into your mind?
Man.
It's sick to digest, just to take in. Like, wow.
Yeah, well, I'm somewhat nauseous right now because of it. Because it hit pretty deep. I ain't even gonna lie.
Yeah, because you know the truth. Because you know I'm not lying. If you were to look up the scriptures, you would see the verse. I don't want to go screenshot because it would disconnect the live. But if people could look it up, you would see it, that it says it one verse up. Power is in that verse. I need to start showing a little bit more of the scriptures because it helps you to unlock easier.
Well, it definitely helps validation.
Yeah, written thousands of years ago in Psalms by King David, the King David. He wrote it down as a song, you know, just messing around, you know, just being joyful. It's like a hip hop song back then. But to us, we're just reading it like holy scriptures. Because the book of Psalms, it's songs that he was writing. Yes. Go ahead, Snafu.
I was just saying it's wild how these things can line up with science also.
Exactly. And the Bible is a history book, and it's a technical book. Very technical. Like there was a woman that contended me one time in a live, and she was saying she said the mountains are gonna fall on them. And I was like, it doesn't say that in the scriptures. And she said, yes, it does. You're a liar, right? And I was like, it doesn't say that. It says, they shall say to the mountains and the rocks, fall on us. And then she looked it up and she was like, oh my God, I'm sorry. Technicality is key. Your ear has to be tuned. Your reading has to be tuned, fine-tuned.
Yeah, because I've read that version before, but I haven't hit on it since I'd done any investigation on the fascia. And now you're bringing it to the forefront. I would have understood it way better if I knew, what the fascia was before I read it.
Yeah, but you remember Blade Truth was always talking about this.
Yes. Well, that's where it originated for me was Blade. He showed me an image and down the rabbit hole I went. And to find out that it has significant power, otherwise it wouldn't have been renamed to a nuclear fuel supply. Because that's what they call it today. When you do a Google search of that phrase, nuclear fuel supply, it will bring up, and they've refined it to where they can make squares and octagons out of it also. So it's not just a circle of rods now. They'll do a square of rods. But then they accumulate all that energy into what they call the nuclear fuel supply basket. So they combine a whole bunch of those things to increase the energy.
Oh, that's you, Rashad. I was like, oh, snap. I can't change the screen.
This was the line before the line this was what you were talking about.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's proof right there. That's proof right there.
I do what I can.
I'm not gonna lie, my eyes, I'm on my crap device and I can't read that. Would you read it aloud?
And he that overcometh and keepeth my works unto the end, to him will I give power over the nations.
Hell
yeah.
Shit.
And then that goes into, and he will rule over them with the rod of iron.
And then Christ describes to you, remember Lot's wife. And then he's telling you what's happening. Two people it's gonna be in the field. One shall be taken, the other left. He's telling you what's going on. You remember the Lot's wife situation was beams coming from the sky, lightning coming from the sky, brimstone coming from the sky. Yep. And then people were being petrified. We know this because what happened to Lot's wife?
Yep.
Very technical, y'all.
For the same atrocities that America is committing today.
And that's great that you touched on that. All right, so everybody knows about Mystery Babylon the Great, right? There's an ancient Babylon, real. And then there's a modern day Babylon, but it's a mystery, meaning you'd have to uncover, you have to seek and find out what's the secret. And the truth of the matter is, America is the true old world. It is the land of corn, wine, and oil that is written in your Bible. So if you consider that, then Babylon must have been next to it. Assyria must have been next to it. Egypt must have been next to it. So you got to calculate now. Where is Egypt? Where is Babylon? Where is Assyria? This is what is now in the future. We're in the future. Mystery Babylon the Great. What did Trump say? Make America great again.
Even Noah, Gopher Wood. Where's Gopher Wood found? Florida?
Florida and Georgia.
Who'd have thunk it?
Americana? Is it Mary? Oh, American?
Mercian.
Oh, Mercian. Welcome to the live.
Virginia.
Oh, what's up?
What did y'all just say was Florida and Georgia?
Gopher
Wood.
Oh, the Gopher Wood. Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. And Mount Moriah is in Utah. I mean, Nevada. Nevada. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So a lot of the ancient lands and stuff that we read about is actually from America. It's from here. Mm-hmm. But they made up that new modern day Israel, you know, and the Israeli people, you know, masquerading and doing their thing. So.
Yep, and there was only one Israel. Now it would have been Benjamin. The rest were Jacobites. Because Benjamin's the only one that was born under Israel. Which would be the West Indians. Or the Southeast. And
yeah, pretty much the lost tribe is in the Americas. That's the biggest. That's why everybody became black, Negroes, color, you name it. Everybody had to cover up their tribalhood. And that's what this is. The Romans did it. All road leads to who?
The
doctrine of discovery. Yeah. Let's just look at the heart of it.
Maybe. I know Roman means red man, so.
Yeah, that red is a catchy topic. Or tricky topic, I mean.
Mm-hmm. They say we're the red man, but Esau's supposed to be the red man too, so. Mm-hmm.
Like, you remember when Rome split, the Byzantine Empire and whatever? Byzantine Empire was primarily dark-skinned people. And in Russia, Putin released his vaults showing you that all of the ancient ones were dark. So it's like one of the biggest world secrets ever. In Germany, they teach them the truth. They teach like the so-called blacks, the Negroes, they're the indigenous people. But here in America, they teach you were taken from another land. So in other countries, they know the truth. But in America, the Great Awakening, you are the main character in the world at this moment. Like if you are under that blanket of being misnamed and mislabeled. Because we were once a tribal people. Now you're just black. And that's what's so different.
I guess I might be Esau, so I don't know. Because my people were red. They had red hair, especially on my daddy's side. But then my daddy's side did merge into my mama's side too, so.
That is a marker for Esau. But, you know.
But was it Indians, red Indians?
Only Yeah, but only God can reveal that, you know. So, but you know, the scriptures even says, if it's not him, then who is he? So it's very obvious who Esau would turn out to be.
I'm pre-Adamite.
It's supposed to be, all right. Yeah, Esau's supposed to be the most vile person on the face of the earth. You know, like they sleep with animals and they do crazy things, stuff like that. So,
does the Bible say they sleep with animals?
Bestiality is in there.
But it says Esau didn't do that?
It not verbatim, if that's what you're looking for. I don't know if you're going to find that.
Because when I see Jacob is the supplanter, and which is someone that steals your birthright and all that stuff, right? And when I look at the Bible,
the detail is this: we know that Esau was a hunter. He used to hunt, right? These people, and then he ate red pottage. It wasn't even finished cooking. He was like, "Give me some of that red pottage before I die."
Well, it was red lentils.
Yeah, but yeah, the Bible says lentils and pottage. It says both. And he said, give me your birthright. Jacob said, give me your birthright. He said, what is the birthright to me? For at this moment I'll die. It wasn't even finished cooking. So that's just like a marker. You know what I'm saying?
But the mom and Jacob lied to the dad. They tricked him, right? I mean,
that's the story. I mean, that's the story. But
if it was his birthright, then why would he have to trick him?
But you had to remember, like a man of the Lord revealed to her the situation. So that we can't deny. You know what I'm saying? It's God who's the author.
So we think the Bible's been untouched.
I mean, I'm not bashing the Bible here. I'm trying to show evidence.
I'm not bashing the Bible. I love the Bible. Right? My people, literally, if you look at the Black Hebrew Israelites.
But my life is basically unveiling the secrets within the Bible. It's not to say people added and it changed it. Yeah, they changed the language and transliteration. I get it. They water down words. I get it. But my thing is to look up the deep things of it, the language, uncover, you know what I'm saying? Certain things. And then just reveal it to the people. That's it. I'm not debating how people feel about it, really.
Have you ever read it, like the Strong's Concordance version? Like I had my AI take each chapter and read it like you're reading it from the Strong's, and it reads quite different.
Each book is a little different.
Yeah, when you start adding the books that they say that they took out, man, that changes the narrative a lot.
Like what?
Enoch, the book of Enoch. If God's most loved human was taken and he didn't perish here, I mean, that says it in the Bible. Why would you remove his words?
So the Bible mentioned the book of Enoch? Because I know it mentioned, like, I think...
No, it mentions Enoch was God's most loved human, pretty much.
Yeah, but I mean, the Bible also mentions books that are out the Bible. Like, I think, like, Jasher, it mentions the book of Jasher.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So
and when you start reading those books, it gives you a grander perspective.
But I don't think the book of Enoch was one of them, though.
I would have to disagree.
That's your opinion. But the book of Enoch is written, and people do talk about it in Enoch. Talk about Enoch in the Bible, so.
Yeah, I understand that, but there's literal verses that mention books that are not in the Bible.
Yeah, there's a book of Jasher that's mentioned in the Bible.
And like War of the Lords or something like that.
Yeah, the book of the War of the Lord. Yeah, these books are out there, but they're not in our scriptures. It's hidden and taken away. But these books they basically show you how to operate, how you should function.
The book of Enoch mentioned in there?
Say again?
I said, did they mention the book of Enoch like they mentioned the other books?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to leave my live and show her the evidence. If anyone could put the scriptures in there for her.
Or Jasher would be, I guess, Yasha or whatever.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Enoch blew my mind.
I remember the Book of the Giants. I think that was one of them too.
Yeah, he speaks of the giants. See,
no, but I don't think the Book of Enoch's mentioned, but we'll see.
No, it does. It talks of how the fallen come down here because they found the women fair.
No, but what I'm asking is, book literally mentions, like it mentions, oh yeah, the Book of Enoch in the Bible, or are you just taking Enoch and then you see a book that says, oh, this is the Book of Enoch, and you're just assuming?
It's not an assumption. When you go read it, it tells you the same thing in so many words as the story of Adam and Eve, the serpent coming down and the apple. It's that was all referenced to.
I don't think they ever mentioned the apple in Genesis. I think it was fruit.
Yeah, the fruit. You know what I'm saying, though. So the fruit was actually of knowledge. So when you refer back to Enoch, it has the same story. The fallen come down. They begat the women had the children were called the Nephilim, and they could grow to be 3,000 ells, ELLS. And when I got to that part, I was stumped because I didn't know what an L was. So I stopped and I went and investigated to find out an L is from your fingertip to your elbow. So I did a calculation of mine and multiplied it by 3,000, and it gave me the outcome of 2.1 plus miles high. So I'm like,
so when you read,
I'm like, no, hold on. I'm like, no, that's wild. So I had a conversation with the creator that evening, and I said, man, this is looking pretty wild. I need some help with this information. Can you at least try to guide me to where I can see some relevance in what you just stated? And not 2 or 3 days later, before they suppressed YouTube, this was years ago.
The word giant in the Bible is not a giant like we know today. When you go read in the Strong Concordance, it's like a great leader or a tyrant, right?
Ma'am, you didn't let me finish.
That's what it is in Hebrew. So
you didn't let me finish. So I got YouTube before they suppressed the information, and there were videos on there showing called Giants in the Mountains. And when you look into that, you see that there was a petrification of these large beings that are laying there, some facing up, some facing sideways. But there's loads of evidence showing large humanoids before the flood, because it even speaks the flood was to coal, because it said that those Nephilim were so big that they started sinning against the water, the air, and the ground. So they were eating everything, and they couldn't sustain their hunger, so they turned on the people. So when they turned on the people, that's where the bloodletting came in. Adrenochrome, adrenalized blood. They got strung out on that shit. So he had to get rid of the evil that was participating here at that time. So he ordered the angels to cut down the trees. You know those plateaus that look like giant tree stumps?
Oh, so now the angels did it.
Did the trees so it could be flooded, and the Nephilim couldn't escape by rising up the trees to get away from the water.
You got to imagine how big those trees was, like to give a command to chop down the biggest trees you've ever seen in your life, covering the sky.
Well, that I also assume that the foliage is the reason why they say there was a time before the sun, because if it is a projection, it wouldn't be able to be projected in the fashion because of the foliage.
You could imagine that during that time, like there was a time period where they wouldn't see the sky much.
Yep.
It was nothing but trees and branches, and Enoch talks about it in depth.
So when you start evaluating that information and applying it to what you can actually see and prove, and I mean, there's loads of evidence, it just gives you a different outlook on what they've told us to what is real. And what's really crazy is this truth is really stranger than the damn fiction that they present us.
Yeah, and this live, you're supposed to suspend your disbelief. It's not really to come up and be like, you know what I'm saying? You have to allow yourself for the information to flow.
Yeah, see, I the word giant in the Bible, when you look at the Strong Concordance, it's not what we think it is. It's basically, it says great leader, a tyrant, right? They're talking about these great leaders, these great kings, and not a giant. And
that's what they do, misdirect.
Misdirect. It's in Hebrew, hon, and you do believe the Bible is written in Hebrew, right?
It's still a reference to a giant that isn't factual information.
Okay. And then Noah.
Why not, you don't have to call a king a giant.
You got to know. You were talking. You made me be quiet. So let me just say one more thing, right? And so, I also on the ark, didn't they tell him to take 2 of every creature on the planet? So wouldn't they have took 2 giants too?
If you're trying to extinguish the giants, then why would you take them with you? I mean, that it says in Enoch that's what
he was trying to extinguish wicked too, and all that, right?
And if Noah and his clan were the only ones left, it took care of the. I mean, it even says there were giants after the flood. And
do you know if Noah and his family were the only ones left, and then they had to, basically regenerate or whatever.
I believe some survived.
They said, well, giants. But okay, what about people, right? So that means they were doing INCEST, right? And after a couple generations of that, and especially when it's all the same people, wouldn't there be defects? So we would all be walking around here with defects, pretty much. Right? Like if it's just Noah and his wife, and then
elaborate a little further. I mean, I don't think it killed everything. Or I shouldn't have said it. I don't think it unalive everything. There were probably survivors, but for the majority of it, that it was meant to take care of the giants. Is what it alludes to. And I mean, the evidence that I've found for it, it's pretty intriguing. I mean, there's evidence of giant animals. There's evidence of giant foliage. I mean, when you start looking at these mountains and you see it's like a humanoid creature laying on its side, holding and grasping something, you have to start asking yourself some questions. It's not just pareidolia either.
I know Guyana. I do know Guyana is said to have like giant things. Like a lot of things in Guyana is giant, like the foliage and stuff like that. I do read that.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, that's because to me, it's like there was they had giants. The story kind of says to me that there was a reduction of our plane. You know how they say that an animal grows to the cage size?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I'm thinking in the same fashion. We had a large area, the trees were up, eternal light. Because of the way it was working, the flood changed everything. It diminished the size. So, because even in Enoch, it says by the process going from the way it was to the process the way it is now, it would limit a lifespan of a human to approximately 120 years. And we know by reading the Bible that even Methuselah lived to be 999.
So when you say cage size, do you mean like circumference or do you mean height of the firmament? Because that would be interesting. Like to say like the land area has decreased because what once was unfrozen now is frozen. But what about the height of the firmament? Do you believe that that's ever changed?
I would say that if you downscaled it, it would have to change. So. Reference to have you seen the information on the moon map where they're alluding that the projection of the moon is actual a map and we're positioned like a fourth in a circular fashion on that moon map, right? You know, the known lands we have. So there's a possibility that the dome was over all the mass and then reduced to where we are today. And that, changes the cage size, which it says it changes the lifespan. You can't live to be 999 or 600 or 700 years anymore. It limits the lifespan to 120. There's a big change happening, though.
Yeah, I know. You one of you guys just mentioned incest a second ago, but I think that's implied. I don't think it's inferred. And so when Cain unallied Abel, like he was able to take the lands to the east and find him a wife outside of Eden, right?
Yeah, but Cain. Sorry, you were talking. Sorry.
No, you're good. I'm just saying, like, it doesn't always exactly infer that they are sleeping with somebody of their family lineage. It just infers that there was life outside of the Garden of Eden at the time of Garden of Eden.
Yeah, I mean, it says it in the Bible basically because it says before the Noah's flood, be fruitful, multiply, replenish the earth. And replenish means to fill back up, right? So that means something happened before, and not everybody was unalived, and we know that by Cain because he was scared to meet people or whatever that was out there and stuff.
But fill back up doesn't mean that the quantity was zero.
I know. Yeah, I agree.
And doesn't it mention that Noah's boys took wives with them? I mean, that's not family.
But eventually, though, once those people be having kids, it's all going to be family, right? Mm-hmm. Because those kids are going to be sleeping with cousins, first cousins.
Good point.
So it's basically that's too close for comfort for me.
Yeah. All right. Can we can we swing the topic a little bit?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about solid liquefaction. And basically, if you look at these buildings, some of these buildings are in weird positions under the ground. They had to uncover, unbury. Some of them more drastic than others. If you go in DC, you're going to find lots of buildings halfway under, and you would see the windows, half under the ground and half on top. Big ones. So it's not like a regular size.
Same thing when they excavated in San Francisco, right? When they excavated one of the hilly roads, they found that there was buildings under the road.
San Francisco got hit hard. They hated San Francisco. Nothing but sharp hills. Subways. Yeah, technology going on that the government has just really covered up everything. Don't look here. So you got to ask yourself, what could do such a thing? Because just from the sky, these areas are super plateau, like they're leveled.
Something strange happened.
Next to these things, it's not like if maybe you didn't mean to come up.
Sound vibration, like a sound.
Sound vibration.
I don't think she meant to come up.
I think she did. I think she did. I think she was trying to say sound vibration is what.
To talk.
She was talking.
She said, and then she didn't say anything else. If she wanted to talk, she could talk, but I don't know. Maybe she didn't mean to go.
You speaking.
So what I was
stones.
Yeah. No, so what I was saying about this is this is so strange because it's not like if the castle is next to a mountain and then the mountain had a mudslide. That's not at all what is going on here. Mud doesn't just fall from the sky too. Like it doesn't do that. So what's happening? It got hit by a resonance device. That's what's going on.
There's a news story
vibrate the
from
ground
Kentucky
to a certain
where
frequency.
fish fall from the sky. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not talking about fishes right here. Holy Trinity.
No, I know you're
But
not, but if you can control the elements, how else can fish fall from the sky? You know, like, and granted, there is a lot of disinformation, I get it, but a newspaper from the 1800s talking about fish falling from the sky, you just wonder, was there elemental magic where you can control the waters, right, and pick up waters and dump waters of some magnitude?
yeah, I mean, this device does limitation, but we're
I
listening.
don't know. I was just gonna ask this: how big is this area that was like discovered or rediscovered? Is it just a few buildings they noticing, or was it like a block, square miles?
This is a screenshot of an after effect of one of the many mud flood pictures, and I would be lying to you if I told you I knew exactly where the location is, how big it is, the measurement. Like, I would be lying. What I do know is I found it in the mud flood files, in the government files, and it was very clear to me that this ground was level and this thing sank in. Very obvious. And there's pictures where you can see, like, you zoom out, you can see that there's no mountains around. So the mud flood theory goes right out the window. Now, what they're calling mud flood is what is known as solid liquefaction. A wave hits the ground resonates, loosens, and then the object that is on top that is super heavy sinks into the ground as if the ground is liquid. It's called solid liquefaction. And there's evidence of this. How do I know this is true? Because there's evidence of this where you could see one building halfway under the ground with the windows on one side of the street, and you look across the street and the houses are perfectly fine, or the buildings are perfectly fine. So this is a targeted event. If that makes any sense. I'm gonna pull up another picture for you guys to take a look. Hang on. In the picture, it's very clear to see that it was the ground that was liquefied and the building that sank into the ground. This building. A targeted event. And it's difficult to break down, but once you tune into what's happening, you can see that the mud was liquefied. It looks like a liquid form around this thing. But in a solid, of course, it's solid. It's soil, but you can see that it flowed. It looked like it was flowing like a liquid. Oh yeah, your AI told you how to make a fachet. It's real easy to make, but you just need a few rare element components like uranium and other things. But and then you have to put what do you call like a motor that spins, and you have to have the metal rods around it spinning around a copper.
Magneton generator?
Yeah, like a generator that goes in a circle, like thousands of RPMs. And then have to have it coiled in copper a certain way so that the beam comes out that direction. Otherwise, you'd get zapped. Imagine if it was coiled out.
Pressured air to sand, it becomes fluidic. So resonance would make sense. You hit with a certain resonance and you liquefy the dirt. Yeah, my connection's crap right now.
Yeah, so it makes sense that this device is so powerful that the Romans used to put it on their buildings, on their coins, on their seals. Like, they wanted people to know. But today,
bro,
they don't want you to know that this is a reset device. Yes, Snafu, what's up?
I'm sorry, the other side of the flag, the fascia is embossed in gold. So they're still showing us today. We don't know what the capabilities.
Oh yeah, everybody knows about Maui and what happened and the things that got petrified out there. Crazy. I have a picture of the frog petrified. So at least they know, like, I'm not lying in my theory, because we see it happening today.
In Manhattan, a lot of the fascias have been removed from the artwork. If you look closely, you can see all the fascias that have been purposely taken out from the artwork. It's pretty wild.
That's interesting.
That's wild.
If you think about the fascia, it's
like the back of the dime. It's on the back of a dime. So, I mean, why take them out if you're still going to present it?
Yeah, it's hard to see, but it's right there. It's being held by the woman.
Yeah, Abraham Lincoln's got both arms resting on it in DC.
Yes, sir. There's even a statue of George Washington with the large one next to him.
And these pictures that I'm showing, right? It shows like whatever happened instantly, because this person was living, sitting up or looking out the window or whatever. Because it could have been a real building structure that this person was in, but the fascia, they got fascia. It got liquefied. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It could be a building, but today it looks like a cave. In the Caucasus Mountains, if you look at it very carefully, it could have been an antediluvian building structure where they used to live. It could have been. It could have been that they got hit by a beam at one time. We don't know. But you look at it today, it's nothing but caves. But yeah, instant petrification is a thing that occurs more often than we would think. Everybody knows about the terracotta statues? Well, now they put it as clay pots. But when I was younger, they used to show you the real statues, the real deal. These things were heavy. They had swords and shit in their hands. The faces and the detail was more prominent than the one that they show us today. So
yeah, that's why they don't let nobody get close to those today. I don't even think China lets those people get like within 50 to 100 feet of those things anymore. Like they really don't, like they're there, but you can't get close to them to look at details.
Exactly. So what happened to them? A whole underground regiment zapped. And who's the culprit? Like, it's just silence everywhere. Who's the culprit? Who do you guys think? It's the Romans. We know about the silk trade, right? They had to go to China, right? What if they just wanted to steal and run their shit? Because, you know, Tacitus wrote about the Romans. It's a resonance device. Like, I don't care what anybody try to convince me that it's a bundle of sticks. Look at this thing. It's so technical. This has wires at the top, y'all. Like, come on, a muzzle, a straight beam. Go ahead. Straight beam. And let me show you.
It's kind of trips me out that they even put the wires into that, because that just, you know, that took some time to do that in itself, just to show the wires in that.
It gives reverence to walk tall and carry a big stick, right?
Oh yeah.
This is the modern definition of the fasce. A fasce is a bound bundle of wooden rods that usually contains a projectile blade. Right, originating in the Etruscan culture and heavily used in ancient Rome. Right, so Rome deals with the Chinese. You remember we spoke about the terracotta statues. Everywhere you go, you see desolation. Right, originating in the Etruscan culture and heavily used in ancient Rome. It symbolized state authority, magisterial power, and strength through unity. As a single rod, easily broken, but bound together, very strong. Or bound together, they are strong. This is absolute bullshit. It's telling you, right there is a lie. Wooden. Because if I pull out the first picture of it, hold on. This is a real fasce. Now, I read wooden. Last time I checked, wood does not rust. So someone's telling you a truth and someone's telling you a lie. And I showed you that this is in the scriptures too. The scriptures calls it iron. But today they call it wooden. So who's telling the truth and who's telling the lie?
I mean, by the evidence you've just shown, we know what we're talking about.
Now, it's a reset device because Abraham Lincoln was sitting with two on his side. You see George Washington with one under his. And every time when you see this thing, there's a big revolution. You see Napoleon in his government utilizing the symbol. So at the same time, we had the Revolutionary War going on in the Americas. They had the French Revolutionary War going on over there in Europe. And each side that's the victor comes out with this device. What do you think? Can it be a coincidence? What do you think? They phone called each other? Hey, which is quite possible, by the way. In those times, they probably had cell phones or phones or whatever to call each other. We don't know. We weren't there. They only reveal to you certain things. So I've never found evidence of it, but it's something to think about.
I don't know, bro. I saw a video not too long ago of it looked old as hell. A couple of ladies walking down the street. They get to a fire hydrant. They pull out this device, pull this wire off of it, wrap it around the fire hydrant, pull out a parasol, open the parasol, and the parasol's got like a metal spiraling piece on the outside of it. And it looked like she was talking on a device.
From what time period?
It looked probably mid 1800s to, 1800s area. I saw that. It's been a few years since I saw the video, though. Very intriguing, though. They're just going down the road.
It's crazy here in Indiana. Almost every building has a founded date of 1904. So it's pretty crazy the stuff that happened between 1901 and 1904.
Agreed.
And to be honest with you guys, right? What do you guys think about the harnessing electricity story with is it Benjamin Franklin?
Oh, that's been proven to be a lie. He bought that off of another scientist. And he promoted his sons to go around and almost like a snake oil salesman. That's already been debunked and proven to be a lie. Like that whole story we were taught growing up.
Yeah, go ahead, Rashad.
Which proves it was around a lot longer than what they told us.
Yeah, this was the fast shake. And then they actually called it a bundle of rods. you feel me? But this was found in Florence. But they were giving the credit to the Etruscans or to the Anatolian Sea people for bringing these different things into war and adding access to it and scaring off the people. But it's definitely not a bundle of sticks. So even in ancient times, they considered it to be a bundle of rods, metal rods.
Uranium rods. Yeah, they used to have these uranium rods that would go inside and it would shoot out an electric beam. One of the first texts that's written is about a guy named Tullus, an Etruscan king, and he was doing some type of celebration. The text call it ritual, and he mishandled the device, and it says that he was struck by a bolt.
And am I correct? The Etruscans came before Tuscany. Is that the same geographical area?
I don't know. You might be onto something there. I don't know. Because they don't give us much about the Etruscans. They don't really tell you much about their locale. They only say that they were the people running Italy before Italy. It might have been a bigger group than what's telling us, so it's hard to tell. Yeah, y'all, like the Bible says, rod of iron. Rashad just pulled out the receipt showing you. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
The Etruscans were 900 BC, so they were far before Tuscany. Long before.
No, that's what I said. Tuscany is the same area, but came after. That's what I said.
No, I was just agreeing.
Airplane, welcome to the live.
Thanks, man. Found you.
Yeah.
I've been watching videos all morning from you and from some other guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you think you're well?
I think I don't think I'm going to get fashioned. Yeah.
I try to call you, Holy Trinity.
Try to call me.
Yeah. Like 2 days ago.
You must not have my right number then, because my number ain't changed in 8 years.
Yeah, I called you with the right number.
I thought you were an insurance adjuster trying to bother me after hours or something then, because that's crazy. I didn't get, if I would have got it, I would have answered it. What were you calling me for? To share some juicy details?
No, you asked me to call you. What the fuck?
Dude, I think you're getting played. Brother. Oh, my name don't even show up on this app no more. Remember, I'm a ghost.
So a ghost sent me your number and said, call or text me when you get a chance.
I might have been fashioned/faded, and I don't remember it, but I'll have to double check that.
Yeah, you might have been faded. But I digress. Now I don't feel so bad because it took me like 2 to 3 days to call, so I don't feel bad no more.
You didn't feel bad to begin with. Don't lie.
Not too much. But now I feel less bad than I did.
Hey, as long as I'm in your top 100 white boys, I'm good.
Oh well, you'll always be good then.
Are we finished with the monologue?
Yeah, we're done now.
All right.
Go ahead. You can finish your live. Yeah. We're done.
Oh no, I was just kidding, man. But basically letting you guys know that the fasce is a symbol of power, and that everywhere you see it, just recognize that they're pretty much showing you that this place was reset. It's a reset device. If you read about it, right, it tells you that it's a bundle of wooden rods, right? And that if you were to look it up, it would say a symbol of power, stuff like that. You can't be wooden sticks and be a symbol of power. Nah, sorry. So that's just one of the ways to unveil that they're lying, and it's rusted. Then last time I checked, wood doesn't rust. Simple as that. So you got to disregard what you feel is the truth. I mean, yeah, what you thought was true,
Yeah.
and regard what is now new. Even in the Bible, it talks about, you know, bringing out of your treasury things that are new, but you know what I'm saying, but it's actually old. But this out of your treasury, it's old. But to the eye today, it's like, wow.
Which Bible do you read?
I read the KJV, but I also go through the translations in Hebrew.
Okay. So you can read Hebrew? That's impressive.
I said I go through.
Okay.
You know, attention. Paying attention is an art.
Yeah. Listening. Absorb.
I don't know if you remember when you came up the first time. You remember? Remember when you were like, yeah, boy, and then Rashad cut me off.
Yeah.
So you got to be careful with the words that you use, man.
Okay.
Oh, damn, that was him.
That was me.
That was him.
Oh, yeah, it was. Almost forgot.
But he bought your book.
Both of them.
Yeah, I appreciate the support. Let me just go check because it gives me a real-time update. So now I just playing. I just playing. I appreciate it, man, for real.
No problem. They were not cheap, but I'm sure they're worth it because every comment I read is like, great book, wonderful book.
Oh yeah, it's worth it, man. There are 200 plus pages each of them. The one that's $30 is like 350 pages, something like that. But it's worth it, man.
I think one was 42 and one was 35.
Where the hell you buy it from?
Amazon.
One is 22, the other one's 33. I hope you got the right books.
I hope so. I better go look.
Yeah.
So I got a question for you, Rashad.
Yeah, what's up?
So all the time when we use these words, and I only know English very well, right? And so when we see these words being anagrams to other words, does that make English older, you think, than any other language, or that just makes it part of the reset language? It's something I've been pondering for a while.
I don't think it's older than every language, but I do think American English is older than a lot of stuff that exists, and people just don't believe it because they think America is a new world.
You want to know something about English? It has a lot of Hebrew words in it, and also the names, like names like John or Mike. Those are Hebrew names. If you guys want to look it up, you can check. But these names are not like European. You know what I'm saying? Like they're actually from the Bible.
Yeah, like most of the words
and a lot of our people have that name.
Facts. Like when you look into English for real, most of the words that make up like the words that we use come from like ancient terminology. And they just got changed over time. Not the actual root of it, but like what we think that it means. But I think only like everyday people think it means the stupid shit. But the people who know what they're talking about are using it in another meaning. Right? Like my explanation is like you're always contracting, right? Like even in a regular conversation, a contract's being made for the most part. And in contract law, they have something called defined terms, which lets you know that words don't always mean what you think they mean, like in your everyday language. And I think that's always taken place. I think they're always using these words in a way that we don't mean. So we're always confused.
Yeah. Prime example would be like Latin gravitas, gravity. Gravitas means weight, and they've given a whole theory to that word.
Facts. Yeah, they've given a theory, but I don't believe in that theory that they've given us. I don't believe in gravity.
Well, it's a theory. When it's factual, then we can do something. Now, weight if you're calling weight gravitas, then that seems pretty good. I can get down with that.
Exactly. I could get down with that every day of the week. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I really do think it's density, and I think that goes like kind of into what you were saying about like the dome getting smaller and all that stuff. I think that goes into the density thing too. And I think that's the reason why like shit is not as big as it used to be, because the density is like it compresses things. And I think if it was compressing everything else, then wouldn't it compress like heights of things?
I feel the same way. The simple fact that Enoch said it after all of this, it designated the lifespan of a human to approximately 120 years. That speaks volumes.
Exactly. So Holy Trinity, would you say that, like, let's say maybe English, because it obviously has roots to other words, would you say it's like a Creole style language, but of ancient languages?
Yeah, I mean, so we derived most of our letters from Phoenician, which is why we have phonetics, right? And so if there 18 of the 27 come from Phoenician, it's what's unique about it is like where the A and the O don't derive masculine and feminine. We have 4 different words that are spelled differently, but they sound the same way. So I mean, I think that it's like a Creole. It's like I think that there is like an ancient Creole magic to the English language that predates anything that is masculine and feminine atomic language wise. No, I would agree with what you said. I mean, I trust me, I still every day ask questions because it's a lot to process, but everything is based upon the English language. Like when you talk about commerce and trade and this atomic magic language, I mean, it's not based upon any other language but English.
Facts. So, and I think that's what it really has to do with. Because one time I was looking up languages, and it took me to damn, I can't think of their name now. Wait, shit. Hold on. I'd have to look, but I can't think of their name. But it was taking me to another ancient language, and I was like, damn, man, it's crazy because all these languages are connected, but it's connected through like trade routes and stuff, right? So in ancient times, these people would have came together and created something so they all could speak. So I don't believe English formed the way that they're trying to say it formed. I believe that this shit formed a long, long time ago from ancient people who were trading with each other and finding ways to communicate around the world. And they put this language together. And then the people who conquered the world, when they got a hold of it, you know, they lied about the language the same way they lie about everything else.
I agree. And I think a big thing that I've noticed with that is when you read these old newspapers, like growing up, like my great grandma used to talk about Old English. She used to write in forward speak in Old English. But when you read these newspapers, there hardly is any Old English. Like it goes straight from like Latin to like New Age English. And so like what happened to all these different versions of English in between? Does that make sense?
No, it makes a lot of sense. Because it's like overnight, it just changed from that whole kind of script and everything to just something completely different. Like overnight, like boom.
Right, because
all the books look
then
like this,
old,
and now they all look like this.
Yeah, agreed. In Old English, the F's are S's, and it's like I started reading it. It's like, oh, this is Latin, but it's like, no, there's a lot of English in this, and it's almost like a hidden code. And then all of a sudden, it went to what we know as New Age English, and like you just don't even see any of that anymore. But in a lot of the old newspapers, there's a lot of that Old English, like in the 1700s, and then it just disappears.
Oh, okay. So the language that I'm glad while you were talking, I was listening, but I also got to think. The language is a Ugaritic language, right? The Ugaritic language. Now these are the Ugaritic language is connected to like the Semitic languages, right? But it's also connected to all these people that used to trade. So if you think about like this is how I'm connected. This is how I connected in my mind. If you think about Spain, you think about like the Middle East, you think about Asia, you think about America, and then you put all that stuff together. These people were all trading with each other. And then it even made its way into Western Africa and Northern Africa, right? All these people were trading. And they all had to speak some kind of similar language. And then when you start to do etymology, you just see that's where I'm finding all these connections. And I'm like, yo, English is an ancient language. It's an ancient trade language. And they're trying to say that it just came out of Germany out of nowhere. But that's a fucking lie. It's an ancient trade language.
And well, I think Germany is an ancient country. I mean, I think the original crest of Germany are melanated people with a crest that is now the crest of the Pope. So think about that for a second. Like one of the original crests and flags of Germany were melanated people with 2 keys and a king and a crown.
Oh yeah, well, no, for sure. But like, and what were the 2 keys? So what would the 2 keys mean? The 2 keys would mean like what? Like, wouldn't that mean like the Eastern Western hemisphere?
I mean, yes, but I think it also means the physical world and the spiritual world.
Exactly.
The king world,
but it's all in one.
Physical. Yeah, correct.
I think it's all in one. You feel me?
Correct. Yes, the keys. So you take away the keys of the kingdom when you don't enter within yourself.
Right.
The key, and those are the keys to the kingdom.
But all right, exactly, because like when you think about like sovereignty or whatever or true rulership, right? It has to be you have to rule yourself. Then you rule outside of yourself. And then, you know, if you want to be that kind of guy, you rule the world, right? But in order to do those things, you would have to also connect the heavens and the earth, the spirit and the matter. You feel me? In and out. And inside of all your emblems and things, you would put that concept, because that would be what was necessary in order to accomplish these things.
And I think that's part of the reset. Is I think the Catholics rule the physical world. They got the gold and they ruled the lands. They conquered the lands. They're physical. And then they got your so-called, I think I was told to call them small hats, even though I like the ooh word better.
I don't think you get banned for saying stuff. I think it's only the context. But whatever, you know, I say what I want.
Right, me too, right? Like, so like where the Jews rule the spiritual world, right? They got this whole illusion that Jesus was a Jew, but the Jews don't believe in Jesus or the kingdom of heaven. So how does that make sense on a spiritual level?
I don't know. I think that's why like so you have like the double eagles everywhere, right? But then now America has a single eagle, right? But if the double eagles represent spirit and matter, right? I just talked about this yesterday. If the double eagles represent spirit and matter, but now we only have one eagle, which one did they just cut out of the picture? It would be spirit, because they're cutting off your connection to the Most High or the infinite or whatever you want to call it, and they kept the matter part, which is the physical realm.
Well, that's crazy. That I heard you talk about this yesterday, and it is really interesting because in the sky in astronomy, you have 2 eagles. There's an eagle in Scorpio and there's an eagle in Aquarius. And those are 2 of the 4 faces of God. The ox, the lion, the man, and the eagle, right? But there's also an eagle in Aquarius. It's called Aquila. And so so when you were talking about that yesterday, I heard you talk about it, and that was a thought that came to my mind, is why are there 2 eagles in the sky?
Same reason there's 2 eagles everywhere else, man. That's what I think.
So Russia has 9 species of eagles and America has 2. But those two are found in Russia too. FYI.
Yeah, that's why Benjamin Franklin was like, man, we don't need to use the eagle. We should be using a turkey as the bird.
Yep.
Because the eagle's not even no American shit for real.
Turkey's very intelligent.
Who she is, yeah.
Turkey. Well, turkeys can change their colors and their sounds and everything.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Turkeys are one of the smartest birds there are.
Yep.
With having such a small brain, they're very intelligent.
Yep.
Turkeys have like an enzyme in it that makes you sleepy.
Yeah, it does.
We also what is it? Not a falcon. What's that other bird?
Buzzard?
A hawk?
Yeah, hawks. But we do have falcons. What is it? The peregrine falcon?
Yep.
Yeah, that's just a monster.
Which is the fastest flying bird, I believe.
And if I ain't mistaken, the falcon is the bird that they stole the sound from. Like the sound that they pretend eagles make is a falcon sound. You know what I mean? So like that, that they make the eagles do in the movies. That's a falcon.
Yeah, right. I think the eagle belongs in Russia.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I agree.
But that goes to show, like, so on the Mexican flag they have an eagle with the serpent, and they try to say that it's an ancient story, but that shit's not true. The Mexican flag is allegiance to Rome. That's all that shit means.
And Cain went to Mesoamerica. They said that he built a city named after his son Enoch, and when you look at Enoch, Shalon, or whatever, you see it in there, and they did metallurgy just like Cain did. So that's that serpent seed. That's
How is it allegiance to Rome? Just go look it up. The white in their flag represents their allegiance to Rome. It's not a secret.
Right, and not to mention that Pope Alexander VI came here in 1492 and 1493 with conquistadors, and then after conquering, gave the country to Spain. But it makes you wonder, why did the Pope give the country to Spain? Because Spain had a king. The Vatican only had a pope. So it goes back to that physical and spiritual world and which one can rule which, in my opinion.
They found like a Roman figurine in Mexico, like a little head.
Yeah, infographics.
It does look like the Italian flag.
And they all look the same. The Mexican flag, the Italian flag, the Palestinian flag, they're all the same flag.
Exactly, because it's all the same shit.
It's the Moroccan flag, the red and green. Like look at all the flags at one time, and 20 of them look identical.
Guyana, Ghana, what else? They all got the same flag too. Mali, Guinea.
So the Mr. Infographic, before always saying stupid shit. God damn, man. I can't stand how people act about information.
Right.
Like it's the weirdest thing in my that I've ever encountered. Like the way people get
the Egyptian.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say the Egyptian crowns are just red, white, and blue, just like the American flag. There's only a few countries that have red, white, and blue. That'd be like Liberia, I think Chile. There's only a few.
So listen, because there's something called Reconstruction, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is just for that dumbass Mr. Infographics in the comments, just because, people are stupid. The white stripe on the Mexican flag originally represented the purity of the Roman Catholic religion, right? And then they changed it over time. But it represents the Roman Catholic faith. That's what the white stripe in the flag originally meant. It's just like, I feel like sometimes stuff is public information. Like, I get it. There's certain things that we do argue about. I get that. Like, some stuff is like really like unclear till we argue about it. But some stuff is really just like extremely public, and there's no point of like having an argument. Like, just look it up and it's right there for you.
Right. I agree. I mean, these people are just, they're blind in one eye, they can't see out of the other. Like, to say, where is Rome? In Constantinople, which is now Turkey, which is now Istanbul. Like, it's pretty simple. Where is Rome?
That's
like,
not Rome.
If you know history, that was the stupidest question you could ever. Where is Rome?
That's not Rome. That's not Rome. That's not Rome.
What are you talking about?
Over modern day places? That's not it. No.
I just think a lot of people don't want to know. Like my ex-wife doesn't want to hear it. I'm like, why? It's history. If we don't know history, we're bound to repeat it. That's my
but like study history. This dude's talking about Rome is in Italy. Rome is in Turkey. The capital of Rome was Constantinople. That is Turkey. Yep. Where did they say Noah's Ark landed? In Turkey. Where did Christianity? Yes, it is.
They found it in Alaska. I go for what's from America. They didn't go to Turkey. They don't know what that is. There's articles in the newspaper that said they found something that looked like Noah's Ark in Alaska. I think I got that from David, and I found the articles myself.
Okay, well, I'm not here to know or yes anybody. I can view my opinions just as you can, sweetheart.
Yeah, I'm just saying that. I mean, you think they're going to tell us the truth? Like they said, what is it called? Mount Moriah. They say it's over there. That's not even a mountain. It's a hill, and it has no rams. That's where Abraham supposedly went and tried to, unalive Isaac because he was told to. But Mount Moriah, Nevada, right? It's a mountain, and they have rams. So I'm assuming it's over here, right? Go for wood from here. This is the land of milk and honey. That's not over there.
But the land of milk and honey is called Israel. It's not called Rome.
Okay, Israel's here too. So yeah. Over there, that's hell. Over there is hell.
So in 330 AD, the Roman Emperor Constantine the Great moved the capital of Rome to the ancient city Byzantium, right? He renamed the city New Rome, which soon became known as Constantinople, modern day Istanbul.
Thank you.
You feel me? It just is what it is. And if you go look at the, I wonder if that dickhead is still in here. If you go look at Encyclopedia Britannica, it tells you what the white stripe on the Mexican flag means, and it means exactly what I said it means. White is for the Roman Catholic religion. I guess sometimes you got to show people. If I show people, will that be cool?
100%.
Always.
Right. Ain't it just that easy?
So, breaking down the word Roman, right? Like I said, Ro means red. Red man. Red man is not over there. Those people are not red man, right? So Rome would be over here. here, because this was this land, the red land, right? Deseret or whatever too. And this is where the red man was, over here. Right? No. No, there were 7 hills in DC. There are 7 hills in DC.
You just happen to be wrong, buddy. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't get it, man.
Jacob's a planter.
Oh, did y'all hear what I was just reading? And now
yes. Yes.
Okay, I just making sure.
Yeah, being wrong comes natural to some folks. Come on now, and when they're keyboard warriors like this, they're just trying to poke the bear. They don't know shit.
It might be bots.
Yeah, probably. I don't think it's a bot. I think it's a person. But you know, like a lot of times people they do have like botish type of ideologies, botish type of behaviors.
NPC.
Yeah, NPCs. They don't have like real faces and nobody follows them or nothing, and they just go around and try to start arguments.
The calcified pineal gland, no third eye at all.
Exactly.
Or first eye, really. But
just dickheads.
Yeah.
I think they're so indoctrinated that they can't change.
Yeah.
Nothing's getting through to them.
He's an orphan train baby.
Oh yeah. Hey, look, some people don't have no soul.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, his
out here operating.
His parents is a petri dish.
Thanks.
I mean, look at his cartoon figure on his name. I mean, come on now, look at it.
Yeah.
Test tube baby.
I muted him for 5 minutes. You know, let's just see if he hangs out. Let's just see if he hangs out for 5 minutes until he could talk again. You know, can they still operate without a voice? I don't know where David went. He must have fell asleep.
Hey, Rashad.
No. I'm still here. I just have to get ready for work, but because I was going to end the live, but since you guys was vibing, I was like, let it rock out.
Oh yeah. Cool.
What did you guys get up to last night? I had to go to bed.
Oh shit! I don't know. I fell asleep. I don't know what happened. Did I fall asleep in the live? I don't know. I can't remember last night, to be honest.
I don't know. David be up till like 2 a.m, and that motherfucker's up like already live at 7 a.m. when I get up to go to work. I'm like, damn, this dude even sleep.
I know, right?
Yeah, that shit is crazy.
It was at 65,000 when I left at like 1 o'clock.
Oh, the likes? Nah, we didn't make it to 1 million.
That's what I was hoping.
Yeah, it takes you know, it takes some work. This is a new page, man. He used to have 100-something thousand followers.
Really?
Yeah. But they banned this page back in the day.
They figure out he's telling the truth.
Yeah. That's how they do that shit, man. I think Holy Trinity is trying to catch up with me too right now. It's crazy.
Holy Trinity, I was listening to him this morning.
Yeah, he's catching up. But you know, everybody had their opportunity to catch up. But I'm gonna be back in action real soon. I took a break. I just been posting old videos, but I'm about to be back. So if you didn't,
I'm not gonna lie, I have too. I've been kind of over this app for a while, but
yeah,
I had 2 other accounts that had more followers of this at one point, but I can't keep track of I can't keep track of 1, let alone 3.
Yeah, for real. I had tried to make a backup account and operate it, but I was like, man, there's no way I got to worry about the likes and the views on 2 pages. Fuck no. I'm just gonna keep this one until it's over.
I'll probably
Now, when you look my name up, it says my name may cause anger or divide. Is what it says. Holy Trinity may cause anger, divide, and it breaks the rules of TikTok.
That's bullshit.
That's crazy.
But if I had some big fat titties out, by all means, they'd share that like nobody's business.
Yeah, you'd be all over TikTok. Famous. Famous, man. Damn, that means even when you start doing videos, they're probably gonna restrict your videos just because your name.
Yeah, I only exist to people who were friends with me before. I don't know if they're gonna take that. I don't know if it'll change or go back to how it was, but I'm just trying to stick around. I'm not making any new videos until I at least know I'm a real person on this app.
Damn. Got you good, man. They got you good.
Yeah, the way they be jacking with folk, my videos have gotten really short. If I'm going to make one, it's just very short.
What about the flag with the Phrygian cap? Which flag? I know the Haiti flag has the Phrygian cap on it. A couple of them do. Those flags look just like this. Watch, hold on.
Right. I've never seen that word spelled out before, but it reminds me of the Knights of Pythias. It's like the spelling is very similar.
For real. I think the Phrygian is like a doctrine and everything. But yeah, here goes the cap. It's everywhere, man.
In the background.
Exactly.
Wow. And the fashion is also on the Knights.
The same as the 2 keys. They're on the same angle.
And the fashion is also on the Knights of Columbus, the Catholic group or whatever.
That's crazy. You can't make this shit up, man. That's why you got to go into the world looking for connections. And once you start finding the connections, that's when you like get to the truth for it.
What is this, French?
Yeah. Yes, indeed.
And it's got the little Smurfs hat on it too. Etruscans Smurfs hat.
Yeah, so all you know is the education that they provided. You don't know shit.
Yep.
It's crazy. The cap, it reminds me of the Cathars, like Southern Tartary, like the ancient Cathars, and who was the other group that lived there before them? But which is really just predates Tartary, but they have the same kind of Smurf looking cap.
You said that, and I remember seeing some imagery with that on their heads.
Typically they say the Fache had, I think, red string. This one has blue string.
Yeah, I've only ever seen it with red. But French people are weird.
Yeah. And that other okay, hold on. Damn, because I be trying to think. Hold on. I don't even think it's supposed to be blue. I think it's supposed to be purple. Because in that other document they talked about the Minoans and how they marked it with the purple. They were the first ones to mark it with a purple stripe. That's what it's talking about in that other picture I showed. And it says how the Minoans were the first ones to mark it with a purple stripe. Let me show you that other picture.
Yeah, y'all, tap the screen, share the live. I got like about 10 more minutes, and then I'm going to head out to work.
And this one.
Hey, appreciate all y'all. David, thanks for hosting. I got to get moving also. I'll see y'all later.
Oh, yeah, peace.
Thanks for coming up.
Peace and abundance.
When are you going live again?
It's going to be David After Dark.
What time is that?
Midnight, maybe.
Okay, so it's 11 o'clock my time.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Have a good day at work.
Oh, look, he got manners and shit.
Have a blessed day, my man.
Good day at work, buddy. Drive safe.
Yes.
Yeah, but the reason why I do this, y'all, is because the awakening got to happen faster. I don't want to work. It got to happen faster.
Yeah. Sorry, I can't have it. I'm retired.
Hell yeah. It's a good life.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's medically retired.
Oh, damn.
What are you going to do? Still breathing.
Sure. I guess that's all you can ask for.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Star Trek is coming up. I guess he has a question.
No, he's saying when you go live the next time, share the live with him.
Oh. I got you.
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah. Invite me too.
Indeed.
I want to still set my alarm though.
This was a good live, man. Another good live.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Another one under the books. David and Rashad has another one in the books.
Nice. When is David going to write a book?
I'm thinking about it. I was thinking about writing a book on the Fashay so I could be like, I'm the source.
Absolutely. Disagree with me, I'll Fashay your ass.
Facts. I have one being made in the backworks.
I'm going to make that into a t-shirt.
The Fashay? Yeah, being Fashay. Yeah. You should put like a statue, like a stone statue, and then the beam hitting it. Oh, man, that would be awesome. Fashay.
Don't mess with me, or
you'll get Fashay, yep.
That's it. T-shirts going in the works.
The time is at hand. That's right. It's in Revelation, yo. Like, I love it when people connect dots like that. Because in the beginning of Revelations, it's like, hold on, airplane. I got to unmute you. Yeah, he had that big muffle in the background. Nah, but when it says in the beginning of Revelation, for the time is at hand. This is like, you got to hustle. You got to make haste. We have to let everybody know. We have to work faster than ever in unison. Fuck all the bullshit. Like, I don't care about fighting, but have your defense up, though,
I'm going to be honest. That's one of the things that the universe has told me, like, laid it on my soul. Like, everything that I do, I got to, like, it feels like there's a time stamp on it, like a time crunch. Like, I can't fuck around. There's no more procrastinating with these divine missions.
That's facts. And you see, I'm back. I'm back on live teaching. Airplane, that muffle is loud. But go ahead, say what you got to say.
I don't even think he knows.
Everything I do.
We can't hear you, man.
Oh man, really? Can you hear me now?
It's a little better.
Yeah. So I'm new to this live thing, so everything I do wrong, you guys have to correct me so I don't do it again. So I appreciate
it's just whenever you want to speak, unmute, speak, and then mute up again because that muffle in the background is crazy.
Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
It sounds good now. But before it was like.
It was my dog.
Damn. Now it sounded like you were sitting under a fan.
I actually am sitting under a fan.
Okay.
Good guess. All right. I'm gonna unmute now. Or mute.
Yeah. Where were we? We were talking about like the time is at hand stuff. Like, the hastiness is written in the scriptures, and Christ talks about it. Like when he goes, remembers Lot's wife. It just so happens to be a petrification story. And within that story, he was telling people 2 women shall be grinding at the mill, two men shall be in bed. So he's telling you a story of sodomy. What is 2 men being, 2 grown ass men being in bed together?
Absolutely not.
Right. So he's telling you a story that happened in Sodom and Gomorrah, only is prophesied for the future. You see what I'm saying?
I have one question. Who was Lot?
Oh, Lot. He was the father of the Moabites. His 2 daughters mated with him and had Moab and Ammon. So he's the father of those 2 nations.
Getting fast.
The daughters got him drunk. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Getting fast shade in another man's butt is crazy.
Yeah, but Lot's wife got fast shade. She turned to mineral. She turned to salt. That's what it says, right? And they had to push on in tears. So they went in a cave or something, and the daughters got him drunk because they thought it was the end of the world. They thought no men was left, and they laid with him. One night was the eldest daughter laid, and then the next night the youngest daughter laid, and they produced the 2 nations, the fathers of the people called Ammon and Moab and Ammon, which is what is known as today the Chinese and the Japanese.
Oh. Man, I'm learning so much. Thank you.
No worries. But Christ said it. He said, remember Lot's wife. So Lot's wife got petrified. He's telling you a story of instant petrification. So he's telling you somebody's going to be saved in that, and the other left. Fast shade. All right. Now we talking, Rashad. I don't even want to go to work now. I feel like calling out.
Oh yeah, that's what the truth does. The truth makes you not want to go fuck with.
I don't want to go, bro.
Yeah.
Nah, it's okay. I'm gonna go. I don't want to speak that into existence. If I'm supposed to go make that paper, let me go make it. Knock it out.
For real. But I know the feeling though.
Can't you just make more money on YouTube?
I probably could, but so many things stresses me out, like the world.
Yeah. Well, I don't blame you.
Yeah, it takes a little while to get the ball rolling. Don't quit your job and before you get the ball rolling.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're like me and you like got a top selling book and you just
look at that guy, the fittest flat earther. He's they keep taking his page down, but he's like a billionaire now. And all he talks about is flat Earth and fallen angels. How all the fallen angels are mostly celebrities.
All right, guys, that's about it for me. I got to get ready to go. And thanks for coming in, supporting the live. Thanks for the gifts, the reposts, the likes. Thanks for it all. Appreciate it. And I'm out. I'll see you guys tonight.
All right,
you betcha.
Been lying.
And don't forget to buy Rashad Poet's book, Somebody's Been Lying, Words and Spells and Curses.
Thank you.
All right.
ain't got no violations. I said, them niggas good.
This nigga
I'm
had
honestly
a whole
surprised.
nother function.
We finna go turn up in Shannon live too. I got a phone call first, but I'll be in there.
Because they're spewing like harmful ideology, and these women just keep them on the panels because they feel like, oh, they're not talking about me when they're saying these bad things. They're talking about all of us.
So one thing I do is I lie. Sometimes
Hold
I'll be like, I've been married 5 times. I'm 22. I be lying sometimes, and at the end of the day, they never gonna know what's true and what's not. Like,
Yeah.
I'll never tell them my real stories.
So you be out there capping?
Yeah, so absolutely. Depending, because you know
Yeah,
you can tell
you
when they're
kinda
about to
capping.
use. You can tell when they're gonna use your age or your marital status or something against you. So when I know they're about to do that, either I'll tell them, hey, none of that matters, and if they insist, I'll just be like, I'll just make something up, and then everybody will run with it, and they'll still find a way to make that fit their narrative. So and then I don't even. Yeah, it is what it is. Why?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say this. So I think so. A lot of the women get a lot of backlash because they have what they call opposition people on the panel, right? The host, if it's a woman, she'll get backlash. But now, if it was a man who was hosting and had the same outcome, he's not going to get any backlash, and that's a problem. Like I tell people all the time because I host my own lives. A lot of my stuff is political. But when I see people who host debate spaces, it is what it is. And what they're doing is they're allowing actually women to see these men for what they really are, because they're telling on themselves constantly. Be okay, women.
Yeah, he's a professor now, Ron Karanga. Now, Ron Karanga literally unalived Bunchy Carter on UCLA, UC, I think it's UC Berkeley or UCLA college campus in broad daylight. And I cooked Ron Karanga a long time ago. I played this video where I think it was Huey P. Newton. And they going in and he talking about how Ron Karanga was on some snitch shit and how that nigga was an informant, and basically they was checking that nigga behind some letter. And y'all gotta remember this Black Panther shit. This is why I think you can't. This is the main reason why I'm gonna tell y'all the main reason why I think you can't be messing with white tea people as a dating lifestyle and then be pro-black or pro-consciousness or whatever you want to call it, is because the Black Panthers tried that, and that's how they got took down. Every one of them niggas had a white girl. I can't remember. It's on UBTV video. I can't remember the name of the white girl, but he break that shit down on his video on the Black Panthers and Ron Karanga. He show all that shit, but I showed that shit. I showed his video on my live before, which you can't do no more. And then at the end when I played this whole video, the UBTV video, I played this interview with Ron Karanga versus Huey P. Newton. And at the end of it, it's not really the Huey P. Newton exchange. It's the nigga that called in at the end of the interview and was like, name the interview.
Scripted shows and stuff like that, sure. The issue that I'm having is, like I keep saying, is even for somebody like me who doesn't watch true crime, the evidence, it just wasn't there for me. And like I said, I'm not a juror on the case, but if I were, the evidence just wasn't there for me. I know what the charges were. I know what the defense was because that was the only route they could go. I get what y'all are saying. The evidence to me, just to me, to Kat, y'all could have watched something else and seen something else. To me, there was not enough evidence or an investigation done that proved that she did this. Not to mention, we're going off the word of one person. Every person, I cannot stress this enough, that testified on behalf of the prosecution literally said, Patrick said. Patrick said. So, which
it's not
leads
only
me,
that
hold
though,
on. I'm gonna wrap it up. So to me,
I want to go
that,
next.
Yeah, to me with that, the lack of DNA evidence. Who got a echo? The lack of DNA evidence, to me, unless she was the Flash, I just don't see all that happening in 18 minutes. The fact that we're bringing in her history, that she really was like, I'm not convinced. I'm just not convinced. And I'm not saying that she didn't do it, but Caitlyn doesn't think that she did.
I can get why you're not, but you keep talking about the DNA evidence, and I can keep bringing up the exact date and time that they brought the DNA evidence up. So I don't know why you keep leaning back on that one. But let's talk about the other reasons. Even though it seems like you're just going to hold on to whatever reason, no matter what evidence.
I want to go after Legacy.
No matter what evidence is presented, including the exact date and time. If that doesn't convince you that maybe some of what you're looking at or believing is wrong, and you just got to restate it or re-sift where your perspective is, I don't know what could. But outside of the DNA portion, it has to be a reasonable doubt. So his phone and him are gone at the same time as her trajectory is going up and down the stairs, which is exactly what would have to have happened for her to do that. Go up and down the stairs. On top of that, she told the state psychiatrist what she did. That's no longer Patrick said. You could argue maybe that because Patrick already said something, she built this narrative in her head and told the psychiatrist the narrative that she built in her head based on what Patrick said. But that's speculation, not reasonable. That's not reasonable doubt. That's speculation. That's the difference in what it is that y'all are trying to say. The email also was not, they did not determine where it was sent from, just what it was sent from. It wasn't sent from the home. It was just sent from the device. Also, the body temperature. She's not just laying in the snow, which will lower your body temperature, but she's also laying in the snow after injuring T4 and T5, which regulate your temperature. And that after you damage those, shatter them, as a matter of fact, that can make your temperature drop very, very quickly. Very quickly. There's plenty of evidence. You just don't like any of the evidence. That's different.
Again, there wasn't enough evidence for me to convict beyond no reasonable doubt. I'm not seeing it.
I got you, Kat.
Yes.
I got you. But you admitted that outside of video of her actually doing it, there's no evidence that would convince you. You said that earlier in the conversation.
I was being funny.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, good. I'm glad to hear that. But the fact of the matter is,
what would you?
I mean, yeah. What would you need outside of the video evidence?
Her DNA being mostly the one on the Schmurder weapons. I would need. It's Patrick's and the kids.
What does 96 trillion times more mean?
That was inconclusive. Oh my God, I'm not. Either way, I said it don't matter, y'all. Like I said, I'm the one jury. It would be a hung jury fucking with me. That's all I'm gonna say.
So what is 96 trillion more times? That's not inconclusive.
Yeah, the blood splatter inconsistencies.
I'm talking about the DNA.
The blood splatter.
Just
There was just so much.
Just the DNA, Kat. If a man is 96 trillion more times likely of being the father because of the DNA evidence, he's the fucking father. How much more do you need? 96 trillion times
It wasn't
more?
enough. I'm not convinced.
How much more? Give me a number.
That's a crazy number, by the way, because a trillion is a million. So
Give me a
just you
number.
guys.
Give me a number. Does it have to be 9,600 trillion? Like, what's the
quadrillion?
Then I'm supposed to believe that.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. Those 9 women are gonna have a hung jury, and those 3 men in there are just so pissed.
That's
They just wanna
insanity.
get out of there.
No, that's not going to happen.
This is crazy.
Debonair,
I know,
best case, she's going to be found
joking.
not guilty for reason of mental disability or whatever,
think
the
so. I
postpartum
think she's
psychosis.
cooked.
So that's what's going. She's not one.
So he can't do. He can't. That's not. He can't do. He can't. You think she's guilty or innocent? He can't.
Well, I don't think there's any doubt in my mind whether she did it. The only doubt and the only thing throughout this whole trial until closing arguments has been whether she did it as a result of postpartum psychosis.
Well, they think
all the
some
testimony.
Some people think the husband did.
He already knows.
Yeah, well, those people are delusional. Because as ML said,
Wait, so
and
you
as
saying
Legacy
Kat is
said,
delusional?
I said no. I'm saying that. Well, if let me say this, twin. based on what we know about this case,
Extremely.
You coming out here this weekend?
No, I couldn't get
what's
off work.
going
I
on
told
this
you.
weekend? I got a
that's not
family
what's
event on
up.
Saturday. I'll be here on Sunday though. If you don't do your stuff on
We're
Saturday
not
and
hanging
Sunday.
out with. He said,
Look,
"Cat, he
we
did
are
not say
talking
he
about in
came."
Atlanta. We talking about in the streets in
Oh
Atlanta.
no,
We ain't talking about that old shit you
I
talking about.
can't be, man. They having some kind of family luau party. I gotta go to. They're getting
Now,
dragged too.
I actually do have a conspiracy theory, EK. If y'all would want to hear it about it,
Well,
y'all gonna
hold
think
on.
I'm really crazy.
Cat.
Okay.
Let me just finish. Let me finish my statement.
Okay.
I'm glad to say that was tongue in cheek about video evidence. I'm glad to hear that. I actually thought you were serious. But what I will say is this: you guys have spent hours and hours and hours talking about it is reasonable to say that as a result of postpartum psychosis, she could have done that. Why won't you just stand on that as opposed to saying you think the husband did it? Because all I've heard is over and over women and men saying that we understand that could lead to that, right? So, and I've heard you argue that. Now you're arguing not only was it not postpartum psychosis, the fact is she didn't do it and more likely the husband did it. Now that's what I call
So you weren't in here
delulu.
so I actually addressed that earlier. You weren't in here. So I said absolutely the defense did what they did. You got to echo someone with you. Needed to prove that this was the insanity plea, and we could just absolutely, just focus on that. The issue concrete evidence, it has convinced me that she actually didn't do it. To me, the prosecution's information and evidence has showed more to me that she wasn't the one who did it, because nothing to me is actually making sense. Now, if y'all want to hear my crazy theory, this one is a little far-fetched and off the wall. She did.
Wasn't crazy?
Hold on. She did the first two. He came back, seen his opportunity to take her out, and then did the baby last. To me, they probably more than likely both did. I know that is super far-fetched, but
that's a bit of a stretch.
but the evidence to me, EK, just wasn't there once everything started coming out.
Yeah,
Okay,
we
cool.
definitely
She's
wouldn't have her on
psychosis.
no damn jury.
Of course, she got psychosis, whatever. But once I was going with that, but once the prosecution started presenting their evidence, I don't think that lady did it.
All right, let me say this and I'll go on mute. So your theory is she unalived the first two. The father came home, saw that she hadn't finished the work, unalived the third one, and then threw her out the window.
No,
correct?
He unalived her and then did the third one. But I know that it's not enough time for all that. That's why I said it's there. But it don't make sense, y'all. If you really go and watch this trial, and I pray y'all. I got a call. If y'all really go and watch this trial, and I pray y'all watch it back. I will just say her defense attorney did what he was supposed to do. Whatever her family paid that man, he created enough reasonable doubt in my mind for me to be a hung juror.
Like I said, man, you can't get more definitive than 96 trillion more times. Nothing else. There is no other arena of DNA where that doesn't point to just you. Nothing. Nowhere. No, there's nowhere that exists where 96 trillion times more anxious or more apt to be the most recent DNA on an item. Yeah. You don't get no higher than that. There is no number that you can arbitrarily go to that's higher than that says it's someone else. So if that don't sway you, you just don't care for the truth. You know what I'm saying? Like it just that's impossible for that to be the case and it not be that person. Show me any other instance in any other science of DNA, appreciate it, where that wouldn't be the fucking case. 96 trillion. What the fuck are y'all talking about? Y'all are crazy.
Yeah, hey, Legacy. 96 trillion is 96 with 11 zeros after it. 11, y'all. Come on with that.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I just want to know why is there so many people defending or saying she didn't do it and Patrick did it when her own lawyer never denied her doing it. The forensic psychiatrist.
He did at the end. That's why he put that he motioned for the Broden or Browden, however you say it.
Browden.
Yeah, it's Browden. Browden, but he
That won't
threw it
change
in.
96 trillion.
Yeah, wait. He threw it in. Yeah, he snuck it in at the end, right? He snuck it in at the end so he could possibly get a not guilty verdict.
But I don't believe he thinks she did it. I think he just did a good job.
Dude to go to court. I want one dude to go to court, right? One dude to go to court and be like, I don't give a fuck if it's 96 trillion more times likely that it's my son. The kid ain't mine. See how far that shit takes you. You ain't going no fucking
Yo,
with
this
that.
is
96
crazy.
trillion.
Yo,
Come the
this
fuck
is-
on, bro.
Man, this is
They gonna raise your child support if you try
In
that.
fact, just because you had the audacity to go to court with that bullshit.
Judge is gonna
you
be
better
like, hold
fuck
on,
him
I
up for
said
that.
1,200. I'm at 1,800.
96 trillion. Y'all fucking tripping, bro. Y'all wild
Yeah,
out.
but
Motherfucking.
I don't know, man. I just
fucking way, bro.
I just, man, the lack of like consideration for a father who lost his children is kind of
I mean, y'all thought Chris Watts did it too, and then it turned out he did it. So I'm just throwing that out there.
Hey, I mean, it's very likely, right? We the plot may twist, and we never. I mean, hey, listen, the plot twist. There might be a plot twist somewhere. But to me, I haven't seen that plot twist yet. This woman absolutely took her children out. I mean, just because she's in a form of psychosis. Being in a form of psychosis doesn't negate your ability to know right from wrong.
It does.
That's actually not true. That's not true at all.
When you're Dr. B, when you're in psychosis, you cannot differentiate your reality from what's actually happening. You will hallucinate, you will see things, and you will not know that you have entered into that state. Psychosis 100% warps your reality. Like that's without a doubt. It does warp your reality for sure. 100%.
That's why LaTarsha Sanders, for example, is getting a retrial for her situation.
That's
actually a perfect example to show where psychosis is actually being put into question. How the health system failed certain people.
That was
The
a lot
system
of goddamn.
also failed certain people.
That was a lot of goddamn preemptive planning for one psychotic moment. But hey, whatever though. Let's say that y'all are right.
I was just gonna say that.
Let's say that cat is right. Let's say that cat is right. And she took out the first two and Patrick took out the last one. At the moment, if that's what the evidence is telling you, then the evidence is telling you that she did some shit. And we don't got enough evidence to convict Patrick on the third. So let's go ahead and send her to that mental institution for those two and see if we can get Patrick later. But don't let her ass on the motherfucking street simply because Patrick did one. And I don't know, maybe the fucking math for women is different. I don't know how this works. White women specifically.
I'm just trying to find out who the
White
guy she
women
was talking
specifically.
to.
Like the fuck out of here.
was.
Like let's go get Patrick then. But to let her go because Patrick, we can't definitively say Patrick did the 3 yet. Fuck that. To put her in the mental hospital and let's go after Patrick later.
Let's go ahead and give her the chair. That's what she needs.
I don't know about the chair. I think that's a bit too far. But I don't think it's far. But in this case, I don't think this woman.
A life for a life.
I don't
That was
think
from my
this
that was from my fun conspiracy legacy.
No. I don't. I think that's a little far in this for this.
I like your
situation. I don't think this woman.
Okay, life.
I don't think
for
this
a
woman
life.
deserves a chair, but she.
This is what I was saying though.
She definitely deserves to spend the rest
She
of her
done tried.
time behind bars or somewhere in a mental facility in a loony bin. But I don't think that the chair is.
Wait a minute. How can that be a stretch when she took 3? I think that's a decent trade off.
Well, no, she
it's
took
okay.
3, but you have to take into account the mental state here, right? And I truly believe this woman's bad shit.
Ted Bundy had mental states too. What they do to him?
They
crucified him.
John Wayne Gacy
that's
had mental issues. What they do
He
to him?
suffered from psychopathy. That's different. That's just it, man. I would love to go down the psychopath. I love psychopaths. So one day we need to make that a topic. Oh, we need to make that a topic.
So this
I
is
do
what I
think-
was
I
referring
do
to
think-
earlier though.
Go on, second, Devin. That shit. Swan want to go. Go ahead, Swan.
Yeah, she.
Yeah, real quick. I think it's important to understand. I think she's guilty, right? For me, there are still some major red flags on the table for me personally. But if she, if someone is in psychosis or dealing with mental health issues, jail is not the place for them to go. They do need to be in a psychiatric facility or a place where they, where the people that are there are meant to deal with them. I think we put ourselves on a dangerous path. I think she's guilty. 100%. But for people that have mental health issues, if it is found that they are not criminally responsible because of a mental health issue, then those people, but they did it, then those people most definitely should be put into a psychiatric ward. 100% they should. I don't think that it makes sense to say, well, if it's found that she was in psychosis and they can confirm that, and they can confirm that this was because of her mental health issues, that she should just go to jail. I'm not excusing what she did to her children by any means. I'm only saying, I think she's guilty. I'm only saying that we are not dealing with these things properly. If we're saying, well, she had a mental health issue, we're still going to lock her up and throw her in jail. That's problematic.
Yes, I actually agree with you.
I agree.
Swan, can I ask you a question? Swan, can I ask Swan a question? First of all, I agree with you on that part. The problem I have with sticking her in a mental institution, you can't sentence somebody to a mental institution for the rest of their life. Once doctors and psychiatrists and psychologists say that she's cured, guess what she's going to do from that mental institution? She's going to walk out.
Yeah, that's not
We
true.
can't
It
make
has
that
to go to court.
determination, EK. We don't know. We won't know. We wouldn't know. Not
I would say, and yes, you can. What are we talking
Andrea
about?
Yates.
Wait.
I mean, she
I
can't
just
walk
wanted to
no
respond to EK real quick. The only thing that I'm saying is, EK, we cannot predict that because we don't know what her experiences there would be. Maybe something goes worse for her down the road. Maybe she's not taking her medication properly. I'm just saying that if it's the case that it's found that a person was dealing with mental health issues, they committed the crime, but they're not responsible because of their mental health issues, that they do need to be in a mental health facility. There is no place or room for them in a jail. They're
Also,
just
they can be there for life. I don't understand why like that's not true.
Finney and EK.
Do you think? I'm sorry, man. All right.
Just 1 second. I'm gonna let y'all have it completely after this. I just have to make one concession. I have to concede because I was just being a dick. Latasha Sanders, Latrina Pixley, Sabrina Butler. I hate to agree with Swan on this one. Oh my God, and Kat. These individuals experienced some of the same things that what this lady experienced, and they eventually got off. As a matter of fact, in Washington, D.C., Latrina Pixley, she was a Black mother who suffocated her 6-week-old daughter. They concluded that she suffered postpartum depression. Excuse me, that's not the right one. That she is one of them, but this lady, Sabrina Butler, she had cognitive or intellectual limitations, and she got a retrial. She got off, and some of the other people that had their trials, they were brought back in. So, Kat, I apologize.
And that's why,
Well,
wait,
with
and that's
Sabrina-
why I
well,
specifically,
ML, with
that's why I
Sabrina-
specifically mentioned,
Wait.
and that's why I specifically, hold on, because this is why I specifically mentioned Latasha. Latasha was convicted in 2018, served 8 years in prison, and is now getting a retrial as of August 6th because of what she experienced mentally. What we do in the mental health system fails almost every single individual. Because what happens is when you put somebody through a mental psychosis into prison, you're not saving them. You're not solving the problem. You're just throwing them behind the cell, locking away the key and saying, good luck. That's why you do see people that have these serious psychosis be in these psychiatric facilities for life. This does happen. This does exist.
Yes.
Wait, but I was going to say ML. Oh, it's Sabrina Butler.
Getting a retrial isn't that unheard of, though. Like,
Yeah, it's not. Well, Sabrina Butler,
And they're not adjudicating whether she did it or not. They're just adjudicating was she not guilty because of mental deficiencies, not whether she did it or not.
On the table too.
Yeah,
So
wait,
that's
but
Go
I'm
ahead,
talking
V, and then
about
I'm
the
gonna go after you.
retrials, King.
Oh,
King. Well, I
I
thought I
got
was
you. I
going
got you.
after
I
Vinny.
got you. I got you.
So
Go ahead.
So again, I agree with Swan that there should be a different bar if you're not mentally aware of what you're doing. I give you that. What I am saying is, if in fact, 10 years down the road, and a physician, a psychiatrist, not a psychologist, an MD comes out and says, "Hey, she's cured," she's going to walk out of there, and
Well,
I
you
don't think
say
she
that
should ever see the streets.
the Commonwealth of Massachusetts has the final decision, and because Judge Sullivan also said, if she's found not guilty by reason of insanity, she's going to be sent off to a psychiatric facility. But before the doctors clear her and evaluate her and all of that, they still have to go back to court, and the judge has to make a final decision.
And after she's in that mental facility, I don't think that y'all are as scared of white women as you should be. After she's in that mental facility, I don't think she
White
should
women
be
are
allowed.
scared of me.
Wait, I don't think she should be allowed back on the street to be able to wheel around and psychotically snap and gnaw on somebody just because.
Well, hold on, because that's
I don't
not
think
how,
that's safe.
But that's not how that. So that's
What
what
if
I'm.
she- what
That's
if
what
she
I'm trying
launches
to understand.
herself-
But that's not how that happens. So
What if
so
she
let me.
launches herself out of her chair
I implore.
and
I
bites somebody's jugular or some shit?
Hold on. I
don't think
absolutely
that shit is
implore
safe.
everybody to look at the Yates. Hold on. No, for real. The Yates case. I really do. That lady that drowned her 5 kids in the bathtub. And she
That's
so
crazy.
hold on. But that was on the husband. Oh, because he should have stopped knocking her up. The doctor told her stop having kids, but neither here nor there. But I want to say that one of the things that I will say in this trial that stuck out to me, and I can't remember which doctor it was, doctor or forensic, whatever they all started running together after so long, stated that in the year 2026, they have much more research and have dedicated much more time and energy and people becoming specialists when it comes to postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis, because it is a true thing. So if anything with this Lindsay Clancy case, with that, the one thing being said, and the fact that more articles are coming out and more doctors are actually dedicating their time, and psychiatrists are dedicating their time to get to the root or to try to help women through these problems, I'm at least grateful for that, because like ML just said, all these women, Black women now, who are getting their retrials because, hey, the judicial system may have dropped the ball. We may need to look into seeing what's going on with some of these women's brains after birth is the best thing to me that could happen. I hate that the kids had to unalive for this to be brought to the forefront, but this happened. This is just a public case. This happens every day, y'all. Unfortunately, this happens a lot. And Andrea Yates was such a sad case. And when she literally denies her parole every year because she can't live with herself for what she did, but she wasn't mentally there.
Yeah. I also want to say, I just want to know what this case has gotten everybody attention and what's drawn everybody to this specific case, when there have been 7 women who have done the same exact thing.
Because of the county? I can tell you why. Because of the county?
Well,
Because this is the county
because
that
I'm just saying though, because there's been 7 women who've taken their children out since Lindsay Clancy, and we're not talking about those, and nobody's like drawn to that and raised $1 million for those people as well. So I'm just trying to figure out what's so special about this one.
You already know it's the media.
The reason
I think it's because the county.
the reason I brought up this was the reason I brought up like her history, going to so many doctors in a short span of months and getting so many meds, because that to me is far different than somebody seeing a doctor, being treated by a doctor, and that same doctor reevaluating medication and things. Because that to me is somebody trying to get help. Well, the reason I don't think she was in psychosis, because that looks like somebody's trying to build a chart to try to say, hey, I'm going to plead insanity. That just to me sounds more
But
like
Debonair, that's
calculated.
speculation too. That's
hold on, EK. It's not
speculation.
speculation. Hold on. She went to 5. Hold on, EK. She went to 5 doctors in 4 months and had over like I listed of all the visits of all the time she
No,
went
the
and prescribed. It
speculation
was like
is
she
the
was going to.
motive.
No, okay,
You,
yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. So that's what I mean by
Confused.
that's what
What
the
did
reason
you
I
say?
brought it up is because
a reach up in
the
there.
reason
That's a reach.
it's
You're
not
reaching.
a reach. It's not because if you have somebody
Hey,
who knows what they're doing.
one second, but it's normal for people to get 1 opinion, 2 opinion, 3 opinion, 4 opinions. You make it seem
Women
like
get,
it's not
but
Yeah,
normal.
I'm not
women
saying
get
that. What I'm
pregnant.
saying, hold on, let me just finish.
Not
Let me
on
just
psych
finish what I'm
meds,
saying.
bro. Not on psych
So
meds.
what I'm
That's
saying,
dangerous.
well, the reason I brought that up is because you go down a slippery slope. So now anybody who's of course, you have to be crazy to even think about unaliving your children. Like that, it's just not a normal thing. Something's not right. But if you're aware of what's going on, you're aware of your surroundings, you're not in a psychosis, and you just walking into doctors' offices to say, "Hey, I have these thoughts. Can you prescribe something?" Now you have a paper trail to say, "Hey, maybe they were dealing with these things." That to me is the slippery slope you go down. That's why I think that's what I was saying. How mental health has been just so generalized, like, oh, that's mental health. Oh, that's mental health. I don't like people
Do
putting
you
that
know how
as
brain
an.
chemicals work though? Like
Hold
that's
on.
One simple push of a button
I'm
in the wrong
saying
my
side
though,
of
bad.
the brain and you're in trouble.
once it becomes like, well, this is mental health and this is mental health and this is mental health, then you have people who are cold and calculated, just chalking it up to mental health, and then they go into a psych ward and then they just sit in there for a year or two and now they're fine and get released. Like, and this is that's all I'm saying. It's a slippery slope. We got to be careful of who you're actually pointing to say, hey, they really have a serious mental health problem. It can't
this
just be,
idea,
oh, well, they have a record of this. How is,
okay,
hold on,
land the
let
plane.
me just finish. Damn. What I'm saying though is, yes, you can have a medical record, but the medical record has to make logical sense. You can't be going to a doctor saying, oh, well, this doctor is not helping me, so I'm going to go to a different doctor. This doctor is not helping me, I'm going to go to a different doctor. And then end up back at that first doctor who wasn't helping you. You went to 3 doctors, and now you're back at the doctor who wasn't helping you. So then you go see a different doctor now you're at a 5th doctor, and then you go back to the 3rd doctor who wasn't helping you. That's why you went to see 2 more. That to me is not somebody who's actually trying to get help. That to me sounds like a paper trail. So if I do something and I do want to snap, then I have a paper trail to CYA. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, land the plane.
Finny, I know you want to go. Just let me get in really quickly. I know you want to go.
Okay, we gotta get Swan in though. Hurry.
All right, I will. Somebody in the chat said, nigga, everything Kat said was speculation. And you're right. And I called her out on it, just like I'm calling Debonair that he's speculating. So I'm consistent with that. What I will say is Dr. D or Dr. B said that they do absolutely, if a doctor determines that she's cured for all intents and purposes, they do have to have a formal court hearing where that doctor will come and testify. And more than likely, if he said she's cured, they're going to be released. ML knows this. Do you guys know who John Hinckley was or is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's the guy who pew-pewed President Reagan. Yeah, I know you do, ML. He pew-pewed Ronald Reagan because he wanted to impress Jodie Foster, the actor.
And Mark Chapman.
There you go. So the fact is, he was mentally unbalanced. He was sentenced to an institution. A doctor said he's cured, and he's walking among us right now. And that's what I fear.
Well, it's not that it's a cure. Like, okay, go ahead.
Well, what is it? They're not going to release her if they think she's still sick, Kat.
Not literally a cure, just functional.
Wait, we got to get Swan in. Hold on. We got to get Swan in. Swan, go.
Just functional.
Yeah. I think, so I still think she's guilty, okay? But I just want to say that when we're talking about pills and medication and doctors and things like that, I don't think that she was trying to build a trail so that she could then go and do this. I don't think that that's the case, but I am concerned with the amount of changes with the medication and the different types of medication, because we know that it does take time for your body to adjust. Maybe she was getting things from the doctor and was given specific instruction and didn't follow the instruction. all of those things could come into play. But I don't think that she was doing this on purpose so that she could build up a paper trail in order to do this. But I do 100% think that she's guilty, in my personal opinion. I just, I understand what you're saying in terms of a person being like cold-blooded, but that was kind of a reach, Debonair. That was a reach. I ain't gonna lie. But
The other thing too is that
if somebody, hold on, if somebody,
let me land. Can I land? Oh my God! Oh my God! Can I land? Oh my God! Can I land?
Yeah, let her
Jesus.
land. I'm after her.
All I'm saying is that that's a bit of a reach, Debonair. That's it. I still think that she's guilty. There are some major red flags for me. I just think that is a reach, that she did that on purpose because she wanted to be able to have an alibi or an excuse as to why she was going to go after her children. I think that is a reach. That's it.
And then
Yes,
I just want to jump in
My
real
only
quick.
question to you would
The
be
difference
is how would
I said
you
I was
explain?
next.
Hold on, Finny. Let me just
I
ask
said
one.
I was
How would
next,
you
man.
explain?
I was
Let me just
next.
ask one this because it's still kind of all right.
Okay, it's still her turn,
The
right?
driving factor was to ease whatever she was going through, or
No,
I
what
don't know,
I'm asking
compensate for
is
something going on within. But what you're saying, I
no.
disagree
What I'm
with.
asking, Swan, is you would change doctor to get another evaluation because you don't trust the first doctor, or they're not helping you, right? That I understand. Then you go to another doctor. Now you've X'd out 2 doctors saying, hey, these 2 doctors are not really helping me. Can you help me? Then now you're at 3 doctors. Then you go to a 4th doctor and say, hey, these 3 doctors now didn't help me. Can you help me? Then you go back to the first doctor who wasn't helping you, that you went and saw 3 other doctors for. And then you go back to the 3rd doctor and 2 other doctors before her didn't help. Like, to me, that's not like, hey, I'm really looking for help, is what I'm saying. Now, if you're just going to a different doctor, like to Flynn's point, different
She's not
evaluations,
going from.
I'm all
She's
for
not doing
that.
it on her own. A
So
psychologist
Who
can
is?
wait. A psychologist, a
yes, that's true.
therapist can
That's
recommend
true.
doctors to you.
That's
That's
true.
not.
But
She's not just
no, she
going to a
didn't. She
therapist and be
didn't.
like, knock on door.
She didn't just go to recommended people. The problem that I think is not being considered here is that she never stated that she had homicidal ideation. So none of the people that she went to could effectively treat it because they don't know it. You can't treat something that someone doesn't speak. They could train for years and years and not be telepathic. You know what I'm saying? And if she never stated it because she didn't have it at the time, but ended up just having it in the moment, then there was nothing they could do to medicate that. That's not a failure. They're not to say that there was no failures, but that's not a failure on the system. That's a person not stating it, maybe because there's stigma. But the truth of the matter is there should be some stigma about this. And this is why I like what Swan be saying. She'll say womanist. I call it matriarchal, because matriarchy is child-centered. They're child-centered. They literally are always looking out for the safety of the children in every way. That also means keeping those children away from dangerous mothers, even if there's a stigma involved with it. Feminism doesn't do that. There's a difference, very, very big difference. But the fact of the matter is, no system can treat you for something you don't state. They can't. So if she jumps around and jumps around and bounces around and hits other doctors, and none of them give her any type of medication to treat that, that's not a failure on the system. That's a failure of the stigma. That's a failure of her deciding that she didn't want to say it for whatever reason that she decided not to say it. That at the end of the day, though, the common denominator in that is her choice. I can't treat you for something that I don't know that you have.
But if a specialist specifically states, if like a therapist or a psychiatrist states, I can't test you for this because I'm not in that field, I have to recommend you somebody that does know that specific part of the field, then obviously you go to that individual. For example, family doctors don't know how to work an MRI. So you have to go to a specialist to go get an MRI. That's sometimes how that system would work. But really quickly, our mental health system now is completely different than what it was back in the 80s and the 60s. That's something that those time frames are completely different. So, for example, somebody mentioned it in the comments. Chris Benoit suffering CTE. We're still studying that kind of stuff today. For example, you get popped in the button in one instance, your life can change forever. But the same person can be popped on that same button multiple times and not experience anything. The issue is that if we don't start looking at mental health seriously and start actually conducting it seriously, we're going to have multiple instances like LaTarsha, for example, who goes to prison and doesn't get the actual treatment needed, suffer for 8 years in that system, although convicted, and try to actually get the help needed that they deserve to have. This is the thing that we are dealing with now. A lot of people suffer from things differently. Trauma affects people differently. Autism, for example, is completely different. That's why it's on a spectrum. There are multiple things that are being shown where we have a mental health crisis. And instead of just throwing them behind the slammer and locking the key and throwing it away, we should be looking at this more seriously.
We're having a different
So Finney,
but we're talking
do
about
you-
somebody on trial
yeah, we're
for
having a whole
murdering her
different
children. We're not
discussion.
talking
Like-
about somebody
Right.
who's
Nobody's
just out
arguing
here.
with you, Finney.
Yeah, I disagree.
Nobody's
going to
arguing
get
with
saying
that.
surgery.
that she shouldn't go to she should go to a facility. The point here, though, is people are on a vastly different extreme saying that she shouldn't be charged at all. That's different from going to a facility and getting treatment because she's shown that she could not get the treatment on her own because, again, she didn't even mention homicidal ideation. It's more
Go ahead.
dangerous. Listen, it's more dangerous to consider every single possible feeling of discomfort that someone can have than to actually blanket stuff. That's how society works. What y'all are trying to do is individualize everything. That's not possible. It's literally not possible. You can only do it to a certain extent, and that requires the person's cooperation at the most fundamental level, not just seeking help, but being extremely honest about where they are, regardless of whether there might be some negative effect that comes from being honest. That's putting a lot of fucking trust on a person.
But we're all being hindsight Henrys about
Wait
this.
a second. I know I'm not. I'm being fundamentally differently approached than you are because I'm looking at it from a functional society level versus a every single individual level. Because again, those people would have to be extremely honest about every single thought that they're going to, and that even includes them being asked all of it, because they may or may not be asked it based on whatever it is that they present to those psychiatrists at that time. That's like thinking that therapy, because you go to it, can fix you. It only fixes what you bring up.
You're treating it as if...
Wait a second, bro. It only fixes what you bring up and what you display in the time that you're sitting with the therapist. You're a whole person outside of that. And if you don't bring that up, or if that's not displayed in that moment with that person, they can't treat it.
The problem is we're treating
this. That's not a reality.
But we're treating this situation and any other situation in front of a therapist or in front of a psychiatrist as if this is like Good Will Hunting. And even in that movie, it took them weeks, sometimes even months, to figure out what the fuck is wrong with them.
That's my point.
So, for example, wait. For example,
that's
but not everybody is going to be, hey, I have trauma with my father. Hey, I had trauma with my ex-fiance. So what I'm saying, wait. So we're in agreement on that portion of it. But not everybody is going to be, hey, I'm going to immediately talk about it. Not everybody's going to be like, hey, we're going to take months or even years or weeks to talk about it. The problem is in this situation right now, okay, what we're doing is we're immediately saying we should unalive this person or throw her in prison.
No, I said a mental institution. But I'm saying that people are saying the opposite of that, though. They're saying that she should go home. That's different from going to them. And they're saying it from the same
They're saying she didn't even do it, Legacy.
You know what? From the same foundation that you're coming from. You're just coming from an opposite side of it. But
And
that's
some
coming from the same
people,
position. And the idea is because that, and even in the comments, you see, because people have lost the fucking idea of nuance in conversations. If I say cure, or obviously the fucking therapists are giving you tools, but they can only give you tools for what you display in the time that you're seeing them. She moved from doctors too often for them to even come to all of those conclusions.
but there
we're
are
talking
some
about.
people
Like, you did,
that
wait,
see.
Vinny, didn't you just say it takes months sometimes? If she's
Yes, but
moving
if
from
you let
person
me
to
finish what
person,
I'm saying,
how can she do that?
wait, if she's letting me finish what I'm saying, some people think the way that I do. You're right. But some other people look at the system right now, don't trust in the system, rightfully so, and think that she's innocent because the system fucking fails everybody. Everybody.
Doesn't make her innocent,
Wait,
Fanny.
EK,
But
I'm not
doesn't
done.
exclude her
Wait,
from
EK,
feeling
I'm
like
not done. I'm not. Listen to what I'm saying here. I'm agreeing with you from my perspective. Some people thinking that she's innocent don't believe in the system fully, outright. In certain instances, and in all instances, sometimes the system is not working properly. So if they believe that she's innocent, I can't change that mind fully. But you know what? But hold on. But what I'm saying here is everyone has that opinion. Maybe what we should be doing in this situation when it comes to cases like this, in my personal opinion, okay, instead of just giving her one or the other, give her what they're giving her. They're giving her 5 different charges, right? So if we can make the determination off of those 5 charges, whether she's not guilty by insanity, M2, M1, not guilty because this, that, and the other. Maybe that's what we should be doing in multiple instances. But like,
That's what we are doing in this instance.
Yeah, but the point that we talking about with this is not the idea that it would take months for her to reveal something, and then she moves around and does something in that time frame as she's moving around before they could pinpoint what's going on with her and actually treat it. And that should be somehow found not guilty because you don't trust the system. I bet you if that same person jumped on you, you would call the system. So that response is nonsense. Not you specifically, just people thinking that way is nonsense. That's very same system that you don't trust, you would definitely motherfucking call if somebody who jumped doctor to doctor to doctor to doctor to doctor and never got treated touched your ass, did something to you. So fuck that. From a societal level, it is dangerous to continue overlooking the shit simply because somebody is uncomfortable about the fucking system. None of them psychiatrists was able to give her that diet. 7 different ones. And then after that, she was evaluated by 5 more. And none of them came to the idea that definitively came to the point that she felt this way because she didn't say that shit. So how the fuck are they supposed to treat that?
Not only that, when you go to emergency room now, before you leave, they ask you, have you had thoughts of harming yourself or somebody else? That's routinely what you're asked before you're released from an emergency room. And there's a reason for that. And Legacy is 100%. These psychologists and psychiatrists are not mind readers. They can only go off of the info. It's not like you got cancer of your pancreas or your liver and you don't know. They can diagnose that without you telling them. But when we're talking about mental instability, it's a very difficult and unexact science. And if you don't help those physicians or those people that are treating you, you're not doing yourself any good to get the cure. I got one other question, because we're living in the age of my chart where your medical history follows you from doctor to doctor. I think the doctors failed her because how could they be prescribing these psychotropic drugs without knowing what she was already taking? And who's to say that she wasn't combining those and adding to this already problem that she had of postpartum psychosis?
Patrick didn't say that.
Wait, Kat, that actually helps the argument though, right? Because there are maybe
that's not my argument, Finney.
But no,
but before you
but there have been
respond,
times.
let me make clear what my argument is. Again, I'm open to her being found not guilty because of that. The concern I have, and it's been proven in the past, if you could say that she's going to be committed to a mental institution for the rest of her life, I got no problem with that. None whatsoever.